Jazz Business Studios, 97.5 The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, it's unfortunate that we have to do this show today, the end of the season show, the end of the year show for the Philadelphia Phillies, but we will be big boys and girls.
Not mope around.
No, I'm going to mope.
Are you really?
A little bit, but,
That disappoint me.
We'll talk about this team, and, of course, the big question is, where do we go from here? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Every player, every coach, Howie Roseman, in terms of a roster before the season started, everything about the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday was bad.
Watching Jalen Hurts play. Can it be corrected? Sure. Right now, this team has a quarterback problem.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy offseason.
Good morning to you. Look, we're knee-deep in Eagles and other things, so I'm all right.
Yeah, Sixers right around the corner. Let's go Flyers. Come on, it's the circle of life when it comes to Philadelphia sports fandom.
Circle of life?
What can we look forward to next before our hearts got ripped out by them? Phillies lose the series yesterday, in case you had no idea.
In case you had no idea that the Phillies are done.
Phillies lost to the Mets yesterday 4-1. They fall to the Mets in the series 3-1. The Mets move on to the NLCS. They'll play the winner of the Dodgers and the Padres, and the Phillies will go golf or whatever because the season
Well, the way
over.
that they swing, they're perfectly suited for golf.
Some of them are.
Trey Turner?
Right. Trey Turner might hit him long, dude, the way he swings.
Oh, thank God there's only 9 years left on that contract.
So, look, today's a day where we will react to the series, react to the season, react to yesterday's game. Today's a therapeutic day for a lot of you where you want to voice your frustrations. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of I told you so people. Whatever it takes for you to feel better, go for it. We're big boys. We'll be shields, right? We'll take it all, right? We'll take every shot you guys have. I'm already waiting for my man Lamar to call in. Lamar, the Mets and Chiefs fan, which is the weirdest thing in the world. You know, like I'm ready for it all today. It's what we do for a living, so let's talk about it, John.
When you can't commit, I'm not worried about a fan who says I'm a fan of the Chiefs, the Lakers. I don't need to hear from any opposing fan base. What I do need to hear from is ours. And what I'm really hoping is that we can have intelligent discourse on what we know about this team.
Yeah.
Because there are going to be people who watched exactly what you watched that are going to do everything in their power to try to convince you that what you saw for the third straight year didn't happen. And I'm hoping that we're going to have listeners who won't listen to them.
I don't know, John. I don't know. We'll see our timelines. Our timelines were different last year. Our timelines were different in 2022.
Correct.
Maybe our algorithms are now the same now that we've been together.
Could merge together.
Since March.
I know you were craving chocolate yesterday.
Yes, thank you. But I don't see how anyone could come out of this with a positive. I really don't. I mean, you look up and down the lineup. Look, there's some guys where you're going to go, hey, yo, Nick Castellanos, you're not to blame for this series. Bryce Harper, I can't attack you. I saw people on social media saying he can't come back, which is that's I think full emotion.
Who, Nick or Bryce?
Bryce.
I'll just stop.
I know it's full emotion. It's emotion at the time. So again,
it's so dumb.
That was in yesterday. Hopefully today we're feeling a little bit different.
You know when I was emotional like that back at St. Anastasia in grade school.
Yeah.
I seriously, if anybody there's so much that I try to tune out in the filter. Anybody, Bryce Harper needs to go. Okay, I'm done. I can't deal with that.
It was our man Tlove, who you've probably been talking about for years.
Tlove's a good dude.
He tweeted at me last night.
That's
Turner,
so ridiculous.
Harper, JT can't come back. It's time to hit the hard reset button. I'm like, come on, dude. I responded, saying Harper can't come back is wild. Get all your emotions out now.
Yeah,
because I think that's what it is. I think people are emotional right now.
Yes, and try to tell me somebody that'll take Trey Turner's contract off you, the worst contract in baseball.
That's not going to happen. And I'm not giving up on Trey Turner. I'm not.
That's okay. 9 years to go. We got plenty of time to discuss it.
I'm not giving up on Trey Turner, even though he was pitiful
Giving up
at
on
times.
him is what?
Trying to find a way to get rid of his contract.
Okay.
I'm not giving up on that just yet. And look, we have a whole offseason to talk about it. But that's our main topic today is where do we go from here? And I don't know what that answer is. Like, I feel very comfortable saying there are certain players that can't come back here. But you also have to understand there are contracts that are going to be here for a long time. People that say Harper needs to go, they're just emotional at this point. You're not going to move Trey Turner. Nick Castellanos, I don't want to move Nick Castellanos.
You got 2 years, 40 on him, and he was your best player in the postseason.
He was your best player in the
plate.
postseason. He was one of your more consistent players all year.
If you go May 1st on,
yes.
you ain't lying.
So I don't want to move on from him, but I know that there's a large amount of people in this fan base that do, right? So this conversation, this question of where do we go from here, I think gives you a million different answers. I mean, again, Connor, you were with me game 3 when we were at Barnaby's. You know how people feel about Aaron Nola. That guy's not going anywhere, by the way. Like it's almost not worth having the conversation. No, you shouldn't. But there was a guy right when the game was ending. Nola had been out of the game for like 2 or 3 innings, and they just showed him on the screen, and this guy just goes, "Bleep you, Nola! I never wanted you back." This is when the beers were flowing at this point.
I bet.
And I'm like, yeah, I know that's coming. Like, I know that this is going to be a tough offseason with a lot of conversations to have.
I would say to you this, and it's to every Philly fan getting up this morning. What do you do before you go on a road trip? When you got the car's packed,
Okay.
you're ready to go, what do? You put in where you're going, usually on your GPS.
Yes.
Especially if you're not familiar. And the Phillies are absolutely not familiar where they're going because they haven't had one of these off seasons in quite a while. You have to have the destination in mind, the plan of where you want to go, and then you start working on all the ways. Do we take Route 30? Do we go 202? Do we go the blue route? Whatever it is. I want to know I want them to formulate a plan, and I want to hear people too is when you say where do you go from here, what's the plan?
Yeah.
And everybody has to have one major tenet. And one of mine is there's guys on this roster that you just have to say they're not what you thought they were.
Yeah, I think last night we realized that there are guys that are either past their prime, which, look.
Oh, there are.
Look, it happens. Like, JT Realmuto has caught a lot of games.
He's been fantastic.
No fault to him. The guy's caught a million. What did they say yesterday in the broadcast that he's caught, like, over 800 games in Major League Baseball? Like,
I mean,
that's a lot. And so he's past his prime. And that's no shot at JT Realmuto. That happens to catchers. And then I think you also realize that there's a lot of guys that hit their ceiling.
Yep.
And the organization told you that. Like, it's not me saying that. Like, it is me saying it, but it's also the organization.
That is you talking right
now.
Andrew Salciunas, ladies and
gentlemen.
But
they told you all season long what they thought about Johan Rojas and Brandon Marsh. Two guys that they didn't feel comfortable playing every single day. They platooned. Yeah. They tried making trades. I think the Luis Robert thing was real. They just didn't want to pay all that much for him.
And by the way, I don't blame them.
Right. I don't
blame them for playing for not wanting to pay the filet mignon prices for a guy who's probably a good steak that you can get at your local Acme or Giant.
Right, exactly. And so they platoon with Marsh and Rojas all season, by the way. This isn't just something they did in the playoffs, all season. And then in the playoffs, they told you what they think about Alec Bohm. They told you what they think about Bryson Stott. Now, I think Alec Bohm was more of a benching. I think you agree with that one.
It absolutely was.
But Bryson Stott, the second a lefty's up there, they go, "Hey, we can't play this guy," and they told you that.
And what does it tell you though? And so take it one step further. By the way, I'm loving where, and I don't know if it's good for the audience, but you and I appear to be on very, very similar paths as far as where we are in our stages of mourning, understanding what this team is. They've told you that Bryson Stott is not Chase Utley.
Correct.
So when everybody wants to think of second baseman of the future, you cannot have a foundational piece that you're talking about. Here's one of our foundational pieces that is a platoon player.
Yeah, you can't have a foundational platoon player.
A foundational piece must be a guy that you say is going to play 140 games.
Yeah, that you can pencil in.
I think they believe, and by the way, Major League Baseball scouts believe, that Crawford is going to be one in center field.
Right.
They believe that Aiden Miller is going to be one on the left side of the infield. They believe those guys are going to be the foundational pieces. I think we found out, and I don't know that we found out the answer on Bohm, but we've definitely found out the answer of what they think about Stott and what his performance has shown you when called upon to be an everyday player.
By the way, Bryson Stott played 148 games this year. So
no, I know, but then
has been
the
out
second
there.
it came to
I
Second
understand
it came
I
down.
understand the
they go,
postseason.
oh, well, we can't play him against the lefties.
and by the
so
way,
they told you that.
What did he do against the lefties in 148 games? They kept giving him every shot in the world.
Right, but they're giving him every shot in the world. I understand the
I
postseason.
understand.
Like, there's steps to go, but you're not moving on from Bryson Stott.
I don't think they are either.
Wow.
You're absolutely not.
You know
They're-
what?
they're not moving on from Bryson
then what we're going to do, boys? And I'll tell you right now. If we're already on the first day out going, we're not moving on from him. We're not going to move. We're going to keep doing. If we do the roll it back,
They're not going to roll.
and I am not. You don't know that though, Andrew.
They can't.
You don't know it because there's a lot of contracts they can't move on from, as well as Nick Castellanos did to help this franchise. If for some reason you say he's one of the guys that has to move to be able to do the kind of things we want to do, I don't know that you're going to find a bunch of teams going 2 years, $40 million. I'll do it for Nick Castellanos. He's not a $40 million player. He's good, but he's too streaky
he's
for
a
that.
$20 million player.
No, but he's a $40 million contract.
Yeah.
That's what you got to pay him yet. That's what you have to commit to. I don't know that people are going to say, yeah, I'm all in on that one. And there's so many things that have to be done. But if we're going to double down and go, next year will be the year that Bryson Stott shows us who he really is.
No, I'm not.
So he can
I'm
be
not
that.
saying that. I just don't think there's. I don't think there's going to be a complete overhaul. There will be change. They have to. I mean, look, John. If opening day, not that I want to get ahead of myself.
No. Let's talk about it.
If opening day you have the same lineup, then that's malpractice.
If this team, how about this? If opening day, this team has, what if I give it to you? Opening day, you have Harper, you have Stott, you have Turner, you have Bohm, you have Real Muto. Everybody in the infield and your catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Those five. And then you have Castellanos. Schwarber is your DH.
of course.
Okay, so that's 7 in your lineup.
Well, I didn't agree to the Bohm thing.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one, though. I'm just saying to you is. But there's a lot of people who don't think they're moving on from Bohm just as confidently as that.
Yeah, they
Right.
won't.
You got 7 of 9 there. You know what we're going to do next October, boys? We're going to do the exact same thing we're doing this October. The exact same thing. Save the tape, write it down, mark it. If we get 7 of 9 back, this team is going to be exactly back where it is next October.
All right, so the question today, where do we go from here when it comes to the Phillies? 610-632-0975. And again, there's levels to this conversation,
Oh, yeah.
right? It's not just roster. You said it, John. What's the plan? A plan could be, do you want the boom or bust lineup, or do you want the scrappy lineup like the team that just beat you? Like, I know it
The
took...
scrappy lineup you mean that beat you last year, too?
Yeah.
The scrappy lineup that beat you in the World Series in 2022?
Well, they were...
Okay.
They
were
weren't
star-studded,
Yeah.
but they were scrappy as hell. They knew how to put together. They could put together innings. They could.
Yeah, no, when I say scrappy, I look at, like, the Astros were the better roster. Like, the Phillies have the better roster than the Mets and the Diamondbacks. But
Correct.
those two teams found
But
a way
they're-
to hit in October.
But you said the scrappy.
Yeah.
The Astros lineup had a much
Okay.
different approach than the Phillies. They weren't the let's go swing for the fences
right, I
every
got you.
single
Yeah,
time.
and look, that's a conversation that needs to be had.
It does.
Do you want that? Do you want, like, I'm not doing the Kyle Schwarber leadoff thing, but, like, do you want a more traditional lineup, or do you want, like, exactly, like, that's, there's so many
do you want
levels to this
do you
conversation.
want a leadoff hitter? Do you want a traditional leadoff hitter? Or do you want Schwarber?
Right.
Do you want, like, there's things philosophy-wise. I think that's the next level. I think that takes it a level further than the basic question that we're asking.
This level, there's levels to it.
And
Where
I'm
do we go from here?
And the thing is, I believe if you don't know what the destination is, and by the way, 7 of 9 to me, 7 of 9 in your order returning is rolling it back. If that is rolling it back, and if you're bringing back some of the pieces that you're going to be using as if you're telling me if this team's telling me we're having a platoon in center and a platoon in left,
I told you from the beginning.
Folks.
I told you from
nowhere.
the beginning. I hated going into a season with 2 platoons.
And
I hated it.
And then a platoon at second. Like, I mean, it tells you something. That's not championship caliber organizations. Period. period.
Yeah,
not happening.
it's fair, but the chances that you're having 7 of your 9 starters back are very, very high.
Oh, they are. And I will tell you, very, very high. Next October, Connor, people will bluff themselves all summer into telling me that what we see is not true. It's not real.
Okay,
Don't worry about it, and it'll be the same result.
I understand where you're at right now, and I think part of this is the emotion of losing, but you have to look at it from Dave Dombrowski's perspective. Like with Alec Bohm, I know our problems with him. I know he looked awful. Are you going to move an arbitration-eligible all-star starter? Like, is that something that makes your team better?
Well, again, this is where the conversation comes to what you want. So Alec Bohm, correct, is an all-star third baseman. Alec Bohm is a 6'5" third baseman that can't hit it out of the infield sometimes. 97
and is
RBIs.
not a superior defensive player.
Correct.
He's a solid. He's worked to make himself more than serviceable.
Yeah, like I heard Tyrone saying this yesterday on the best show ever. There are third basemen that can field better than Alec Bohm, hit for more power than Alec Bohm, run faster than Alec Bohm.
Oh, yes.
Like,
there's all that.
The guy drove in 97 runs. I cannot take that away from him. The guy drove in, around 97 the year before. Like, this guy can drive in runs.
Yeah, I think it's averaging like 90 for
But one of the things that Tyrone mentioned that he's right, like, his game's so one-dimensional offensively that if it's not working, like, he can't change his season with one swing of the bat. Like, we've seen Bryce Harper. Guy's not hitting the long ball. All right, he's going to hit doubles. He's going to hit singles. He's going to walk, right? Alec Bohm swings at the first pitch every single time, right? Like, there are a lot of things where guys might not be doing well in one area. Kyle Schwarber, guy couldn't hit lefties last year. What did he do? He worked on hitting lefties, and he hit 300 against left-handed pitching this year. Alec Bohm's game might be a little one-dimensional. It's great when he's hot and he's driving in runs, but then when he's cold, what does he do for you?
He does little, and more importantly, though, you have to look at October, and you have to look at guys and say, what do stat compilers do? Like Bryce Harper's a stat compiler, but he's also, when he gets to October, he's one of the best players that we've ever seen
it continues.
in Major League Baseball in October. There are stat compilers in the regular season that do a lot when they're playing the Pirates and they're playing the Marlins and everything. And when it's good pitching in the postseason, the opposing teams say, you know what? This guy can't beat us. They fish the entire series. We don't have to throw them strikes.
Yeah.
I heard last night, by the way, just one thing on the second broadcast. And it will have to be verified, that ESPN, that the Phillies in their series swung at more pitches outside the strike zone than in any NLDS in history.
I don't even have to fact check it.
And I just go, there's things that you can do things against bad teams, and then the good teams you face in October, you're not going to be able to compile your stats.
Hang on, because in the regular season you had great records against postseason teams in the National League. So it's not the quality of team, it's the moment. And I don't know
that's
what
not
it is.
bad either. That's not. That's good.
But
point.
that's the thing. Are these
They're
guys
not
built for the moment? They were 2 years ago, and now it's gone downhill ever since.
But was 2 years ago the moment? Was it, hey, we have all this pressure on us to perform, or was it, hey, nobody expects anything from us?
Could be. Maybe they are. Maybe they are underdogs and front runners and all that kind of stuff.
I've said it to you before, and I think I saw it from a lot of our fan base too in October.
Mm-hmm.
Love it when there's no expectations.
Right.
When it's the scrappy underdog story, and I'm so damn tired of a movie that came out when I was in 5th grade being like it's what this city's all about. Came out when I'm in 5th grade.
Yeah.
You guys weren't even glimmers in your father's eyes. I'm tired of it. I want things updated, and I want our expectations updated too. So to me, where do we go from here? How about change? And I want significant change, or I'm not going to believe. I refuse.
So where do we go from here? 610-632-0975. Here's Rob Thompson yesterday following the game. And by the way, where do we go from here? Manager's up for question as well. Here he is talking about the team's struggles.
The bullpen might be some of its execution, maybe some of its being familiar with our guys. Don't know. It should work both ways, though. But, as far as our offense is concerned, I thought the Mets did a really good job on us. I thought we had pretty good at bats today, and not much to show for it, but we had a couple of opportunities, and Quintana pitched pretty well. But offense comes and goes, and it's hard to explain, really.
The problem is offense comes and goes, seems like, for this team.
By the way, he said something of the exact same thing in the World Series in 2022. Said the exact same thing last year against the Diamondbacks. The same exact answer. If you were a CEO and you're in charge of a corporation and you use why did we fail in the end? And you use the same answer in 2022, same answer in 2023, same answer in 2024, it would not be acceptable.
No. Just like the head coach of the football team that did the same thing for 2 months.
I wonder.
All right, coming up next, you'll hear more from Rob Thompson because he kind of refused to answer something that we all see in front of us. Also, how about the voice of the locker room, who is Kyle Schwarber? It's hard to speak after losses like this, but he said something yesterday that bugged me. I'm not angry at Kyle Schwarber, but it bugged me. And it goes to this conversation of where do we go from here. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Interesting conversation during the break. We'll play the audio from Rob Thompson and Kyle Schwarber in a few minutes. And, of course, we'll get to your calls and texts all day today. The question, where do you go from here if you're the Philadelphia Phillies? Answer that for us at 610-632-0975. But we were talking about yesterday's game, Connor. I would like to get your thoughts on this.
Sucked.
Yes, that is correct.
Connor, you're going to be a man of few words on this.
Is that enough thoughts for you, buddy?
Rob Thompson, a lot of people are going to want him fired, and it's going to be a long offseason or a quick offseason for him. One of the things that I absolutely hated, and again, I try to be as honest as possible with you guys when I say there's no revisionist history here. This is how I truly felt. Only this time I didn't have Connor as my witness. I had Cooper, and he can't really come on
very
the air
convenient.
and verify this. Jeff Hoffman should not have gone back out. And here's why. And Connor, being the incredible D3 athlete that you were, hopefully that you can speak more to this than just a couple of schlubs like me and John. Analytics probably told the Phillies Jeff Hoffman can go out there for another inning. If you remember, Ranger Suarez, who, by the way, first off, I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it.
Dude, I told you.
No,
I told you.
He's scrappy as hell.
I don't know how he did it.
He's scrappy as hell in October, dude.
I don't know how he did it.
And that was it was a bad 2 innings.
Yeah. I don't know how he did it, but he did it.
He strikes out 5 out of 6.
You can't tell me I told you when he had the bases loaded in the first 2 innings. I don't know how he did it.
No, I don't know either,
amazing.
but I said, hey, it's going to be one of those weird Ranger
And I
Suarez
told
things.
you I would be surprised, and I was. So Hoffman goes in the 5th inning to get the final 2 outs. Ranger, believe it or not, was in a jam. They had to pull Ranger Suarez, and Jeff Hoffman gets out of the inning. Analytics tells you, he can go back out there for the 6th.
Yes, the analytics department, I guarantee you, told you that, as a baseball executive told me as I was watching the game, and I asked the question.
And it's amazing because
you and I are of agreement. Why?
I didn't text a baseball man like you did, and I'm glad that baseball man told me.
Agreed with you.
That I was right in thinking this. Analytics does not know human emotion.
Correct.
Analytics does not know pulse. Analytics does not know.
Has analytics, as I've been told by this executive, who, by the way, believes in it.
Yeah, of course. As you should.
Analytics does not have hands.
Correct.
Because there's no feel. Numbers have no feel. Numbers have no emotion and feel, and you have to trust that a human takes numbers and takes feel.
Right.
And then decide.
And I thought Rob Thompson was good at that, and clearly the moment yesterday, you can't go from the emotional high that Jeff Hoffman went through, where he gets out of a jam, right? He gets out of that jam, gets the 2 big outs, it stays 1-0.
You're right.
And then you ask him, hey, can you gear back up for us?
I think.
And that was a moment yesterday where I go, all right, they are completely reliant on what a computer tells you, because I knew from Cooper's bedroom that you can't recreate that emotional high 15 minutes later. I'm not asking pitching on back-to-backs.
No,
I'm
you're
talking
not.
about getting out of an inning like that, keeping the game at 1-0, shutting up an entire city of New York, and then you go, hey, by the way, can you recreate that and go back out there?
Can we have it one more time, please? Could you do that for us one more time?
That's something that analytics doesn't tell you. Connor, your thoughts on that?
Love it.
What the numbers of the series will tell you is everybody in the bullpen was kind of terrible. So part of the argument has to be, if they thought this was a night Hoffman had his stuff, maybe Rob Thompson was just like, I have to take advantage of one of the few guys in this series that has put together an inning where I'm like, okay, maybe I could get more out of this. Like, you're absolutely right. I don't think any of your evaluation is incorrect. But I think that it's fair to say that by the bullpen's performance, Rob Thompson was in a tough spot in that game, knowing what he's seen from those guys so far in the series. It doesn't make it right, but it's part of the conversation.
That's a good, Connor, that's very logical.
Because I'm sure Thompson would probably say that.
That's very logical. But the one thing is that it was there, I believe, he put him in a terrible position yesterday by doing that, and I did not think we were going to agree on that today.
No, I think it's horrible.
It was a horrible position.
There's human elements that analytics can't tell you.
And they did. Rob Thompson, I've said it before, I don't think he has great feel for the game. During a game as a strategist, I do not believe he's a great feel guy. Like the reason that he screwed over Estevez yesterday by what he did the day before.
Instead of letting him start an inning. The day before. Oh, I agree.
I think both. But the day before, he puts him in a crappy position by saying that and every single outlet, Fox, ESPN, Major League Baseball Network, all said it after Game 3. Rob Thompson didn't manage this game as if he's got a one-game season's on the line for Game 4. And it cost them yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's not 20/20 hindsight. I said it yesterday morning. And to me, that's either an analytics department that tells you what to do, or the manager's got to eat it and own it, that he does a lot of things well. A lot of things well.
Absolutely.
But in-game strategy, the feel, man, I think he's wearing really thick work gloves that he just doesn't have the touch.
Now, speaking of Rob Thompson.
Here we go.
Look. We all know what's happening. It's unfortunate that we've already lived through this.
Yep.
2008, God bless you. Brad Lidge.
Amazing.
Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Pedro Feliz, Jeff Jenkins, Pat Burrell, Cole Hamels, MVP. God bless all you for winning the World Series.
Thank you.
And then you saw they lose it in 9, NLCS in 10, NLDS in 11. And then they don't make the playoffs for 10 years. Do I think that's going to be the case with this team? No, I do not. But
you're in a much better position than when you lost the NLDS in 10.
Yes,
or 11. I mean, in 11.
But 22, lost World Series. 23, lost NLCS. Last night they lose the NLDS. Here's Rob Thompson being asked if they're going backwards.
No, I don't think so at all. Like I said earlier, I don't like losing series, and I want to win a World Series, but anything can happen in a short series. And, they pitched our offense really well, and they got to our bullpen. So, but I don't see us going backwards now.
You're seeing it.
It's the number one thing that you need to do, that I need to know of you as a person in life, as an executive, as an employee, that you're going to accept what is reality. And I don't care what rose-colored glasses Rob Thompson is choosing to look at the steaming pile of dog poop on his front yard. You are heading backwards. Your success is going backwards. Your ability to perform under pressure is going backwards. If you will not admit the reality, I don't trust you to fix it.
Well, and here's the thing.
I don't trust him.
It's not just like, oh, they're going backwards because they lost a series earlier. They lost a series earlier. There is information. Going back to the analytics conversation. 2 years ago, you just lost to a better Astros team.
Right.
You did.
No, it's 2022. Did anybody turn off the TV going?
No.
Did anybody throwing things at the TV or anything?
You lost to a better Astros team.
We were damn proud of them.
2023, the Diamondbacks found a way to beat you. Forget scrappy lineup in terms of how they pitched to you. Did the Mets do much different?
Nah.
And so now the Mets followed the Diamondbacks blueprint of not pitching to Harper, not throwing a lot of pitches to hit, allowing the Phillies batters to chase, which they did in 23, and they did in this series. So now, yes, Rob Thompson, you are going backwards, because if you have let's say they have the same team next year, and they're in the wild card round, what is that team going to do?
Right.
The exact same thing Arizona did, the exact same thing New York did. And Connor, you will agree with me that the Phillies rotation is better than what the Diamondbacks threw at you in 23. It's better than what the Mets threw at you in this series.
Absolutely.
But game plan-wise, they have something against the Phillies that has worked.
You're 100% correct. And it's absolutely not fair for me to bring this up today, but it's, again, part of the conversation. I'm going to continue to talk about what I think the organization is going to look at. And it's weird, they've been going positively in the regular season. And that doesn't mean crap when you absolutely soil yourself in October.
Yeah, we found that out.
But you do say, okay, well, we're improving our win total over 162 every year. So does that give you faith in something? Is it fool's gold? These are all questions that have to be answered. But if you want to point to the regular season improving, well, there's something to that. And can that translate? I don't know, but it's not like they're playing worse over 162.
No, you're right.
It means nothing to me.
But again, one of the big things that John pointed out last segment is how do you perform in October?
Right. I mean, I don't like
you see it in all sports. How many times have we seen?
I don't care what stats you compile against the Marlins and everybody else. What do you do when the best pitcher's in the game and the best pressure is on your shoulder?
It can mean little, but it can't mean nothing because you don't win 95 by accident, but it also doesn't matter when you lose.
I don't think anybody's saying the Phillies are a bad baseball team.
No, I mean, nobody's saying they're terrible.
But there will
be people today that say they're terrible.
There will be. And look, today's an emotional day.
That is the truth, Connor.
Coming up next, we start to hear from you at 610-632-0975. Where do we go from here? Or if you just want to react, you can. Phone line, text line are open. You'll hear from Kyle Schwarber next. Something that he said that bugged me. It's not Schwarber's fault, but he might be on to something. But I don't think he even realized what he said. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time to become a Fanatic MVP. Go right now to 975thefanatic.com/MVP.
that this isn't a really good ball club.
That's JT Realmuto. You know, the answers after your season ends, they got to be hard. You know what I mean?
They are. It's very difficult.
They got to be hard. So like I can't blame everything that is said following a game like that where your season comes to an end. But there was something said yesterday, and we'll get to the texts and the calls in a second. The question today, where do you go from here if you're the Phillies? 610-632-0975. Cut 3, Connor. Skip cut 1 for Schwarber. Here's something that Kyle Schwarber said following the game yesterday that I get what he's saying, but it's not necessarily something that I liked hearing. And again, these are hard times to talk, so he probably doesn't even know what he's saying half the time.
Okay.
But take a listen.
I feel like we got some really good pitching performances. It was just felt like that, like I said, the beginning kind of avoided us. And, that's kind of the thing to it where, it felt like that they were able to kind of put a lot of pressure on us, guys on base, things like that we just couldn't find a way, if it was via the hit, if it was via anything, to try to find a way to get on base. That just felt like I said it was avoiding us, and that's not really natural for us, where, we feel like that's a big strength of ours. And, that's kind of the thing that's gonna sit bad in the stomach.
So it was
the beginning kind of avoided us.
That was the thing that he said early on.
I don't even know what it means.
No, I
The
get
big inning.
the big inning, and
Kind of avoided us.
And look, this is me probably just nitpicking at this point, but you shouldn't just always rely on a big inning.
No, that is their organizational philosophy.
So I look back to Game 3 of this series, where the Mets won 7-2. Out of 8 innings, because remember the Mets won and they were the home team, so they didn't have to bat in the 9th inning. How many innings do you think they scored a run in that Game 3 where they won 7-2?
3.
2?
5.
I didn't.
They scored a run in 5 of their 8 innings batting.
Yep.
1 run in the 2nd, 1 run in the 4th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. It wasn't a big inning where they scored 7 runs.
Who's the big inning team remaining in the postseason?
I mean, look,
No, but I mean,
it's
it's
going to happen, right?
Yeah, but the
like
thing is
yesterday, the Mets only scored in 1 inning. It was a grand slam by
It was a
Francisco
huge one.
Lindor.
But that's not their organizational philosophy.
And that's like when I hear Schwarber say that, the big inning avoided us. Like this goes back to the Diamondbacks, the scrappy nature where it didn't take one crooked number for them to win a baseball game. And look, the Phillies have won games where they scored more than 1 inning. Like the game where they win 10-2 in Game 2 of the NLCS last year, they scored in multiple innings following the 5th. But the big inning thing, it almost feels like they. I don't want to say that they lose confidence or something, but it almost seems like if they don't score a run when they have the chance, they're done.
Dude, this team,
And that's scary.
this team, the makeup of this team, we've seen it for 3 years. They're front runners.
Yeah.
When they're 45-20, it's dancing around and everything's great. When the pressure's on, you couldn't stick a piece of 2-ply between their cheeks. They're tight. They're front runners. When things are going well, when they have a big 4-run inning, when they're hitting bombs,
Yeah.
they're all loose. They're all smiling. They're all up on the railing. They're all. What do you get? All the other games of this entire series? I'm doing it for the YouTube audience. The glazed over, deer in the headlights look, and it's from all of them. By the way, even a guy like Bryce Harper, who performs admirably well, it's the glazed over, and Harper's expression may be, nobody else is showing up for the party.
Could be.
And it could be, that. The one who's the most steely-eyed and the most unaffected is the guy who gets ripped the most, maybe during the regular season, in Nick Castellanos.
Nick Castellanos, yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't even have a pulse.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
that's
just
the
a
truth.
weird
but
dude.
I mean, I think Harper, when he's staring out into the space, may be saying, his response may be, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make somebody else do things right. I don't know how to get Alec Bohm to act like a grown-up.
Yeah, but
I don't know how to handle it.
And I look at yesterday's game, right? Going back to this big inning conversation, right? So the Phillies have first and third with one out, and they were able to squeak by one run. And then in the 6th inning, when Harper leads off with the double and they don't score, that's when I said, uh-oh.
They don't even know how to advance. This team doesn't even know how to advance a runner. They do not know how to advance a runner from second to third. It's fundamental. I believe that is exactly what they talked about in the broadcast yesterday. How many times do they get a guy where you just need somebody to advance the runner, sacrifice fly, get him home, and make something happen? This team doesn't do it. And the organizational philosophy is it's not important.
And then the Mets,
it's ridiculous.
Think about this for a second. If the Phillies had the bases loaded in the first 2 innings and didn't score a run,
oh, boy.
I believe, and again, I don't want to be unfair here, I believe that team crumbles.
Yes.
The Mets had bases loaded in the first 2 innings, don't score, and yet they were still in it. And then they get the big swing in the 6th inning. It almost seems like when you hear Kyle Schwarber say, we never got the big inning, it almost seems like mentally, if they don't push a run across or runs across in an inning where they think they could, they crumble.
Yeah, I don't know if it's mental. I understand what you're saying. They feel more to me like a basketball team that lives from behind the three-point line.
Could be.
Where they're, you know what they are, and this is poignant with the Sixers season coming up? They're the Daryl Morey Houston Rockets. You could be really good in the regular season, and you could be good in the postseason if the three ball's falling, but you're going to have nights where it just doesn't go, and it's a boom or bust philosophy, and it's got high upside and low downside, and that's maybe not the best way to go about it.
I think it's got high downside also, because the difference is, so this team, though, the mental fragility is something we're going to have.
And when I hear Schwarber say that, it almost seems like they go, oh, we didn't score a run that inning. Whereas the Mets go, hey, we didn't score a run that inning. We got 6 more chances, 7 more chances, 8 more chances. The Mets scored in a 7-run ball game in 5 different innings.
Yep.
The Phillies seems like they rely on 1 or 2. Coming up next, we start to hear from you. We chit-chatted a lot this hour, deservedly so. So we'll hear from you. Also, the Eagles play a game in a couple of days. Did the bye week solve the relationship? We play marriage counselor next, Johnny, with Hurts and Sirianni. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I feel bad for Bryce Harper, if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, he wasn't a problem for the majority of this series. I know he had
He wasn't a factor for 2 of the 4 losses. He was a.
No, I mean,
he had He had 2 terrible games.
But you know that guy.
No, he's going to contribute enough.
Not even
far
contribute.
down.
You know that guy loves baseball.
Yes,
Like, that's his life. Like,
Yes.
there's guys that play baseball because they were gifted by God to have the ability that they have, and of course work their rear ends off. Let's always give them the credit to do that. They did that. That dude loves baseball.
Yep.
That guy wants to freaking win.
and he.
We've talked about legacies with this guy. Look, that guy's going to be a Hall of Famer regardless of what happens with his championship career. But you know what people say about him if he never wins.
He is a. I'm sure he'll get some of that crap.
Exactly.
But I mean, God, I look at others and I hate to question want. Like I don't like to question injury because I've learned in my career I've made the mistake. So I've learned by being dumb
Okay.
and being unfair to an athlete about injury and questioning that. I've learned about like judging a guy as a bust too early in their career, and then they prove me wrong.
Right.
So I try to stay away from some things, but I look at some of this Phillies club and I just say, I can't say guarantee. I believe that many in the fan base would take a loss harder than some of the characters in play.
I'm sure.
And to me, that is unfathomable. But I believe it
Yeah, I'm
in
sure.
my heart
mean,
of hearts.
Look, I'll use a non-Philly as an example. Like Anthony Rendon is straight up said, like,
Right.
I don't play baseball because I love the game. I get paid and I take care of my family.
And I've seen it. I've seen it and experienced it too far often.
Yeah.
Guys, like I know the Euros in hockey, to just use a broad brush painting.
Right.
The Euros in hockey used to take a loss. It was the team would have a crushing loss. And the Euros in hockey would be decked out in their suits on the road, ready to go out in like a playoff series and hit the clubs.
Right.
And the Canadian players were ready to beat you in the face
Right.
in the post-game press conferences. And the Euros were dressed up and ready to go like, dude, life is great here.
Oh, yeah. We go to Techno Club.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, no, that's exactly it.
Yeah. Oh,
Especially the Russian players.
yeah.
They loved life in America. Loved it.
Yeah.
I know why, but they loved it. Exactly.
Not really hard to think.
Exactly.
Going to war at any drop of the hat. All right, so coming up in a few minutes, we're going to play Marriage Counselor, John, because the Eagles play on Sunday. Believe it or not, I know we're in the midst of the Phillies disappointing us all. The Eagles play the Browns on Sunday. Sirianni and Hurts spoke for the first time following the bye week, and of course, once again, Jalen Hurts left us thinking about the relationship. Remember, if you go back to OTAs, he was asked a question about Nick Sirianni, didn't give a good answer, and that was the last time they were able to speak with him until training camp started.
Because of the fact that he didn't give an answer twice at the end of the season.
Yes.
When he had a chance to throw his coach a life raft, and he literally said, hey, hope you can swim.
He was then asked about Nick Sirianni before entering the bye week, and all he said was, we have our moments. And then, of course, we start going, oh, my God, this again?
Here we go again.
And yesterday was the first chance that we got to hear from him. So you'll hear from them in a couple of minutes. But let's go to the phones. Let's talk to our friends. Let's talk to our fellow Philadelphians who are in mourning today. You can climb in, phone line, text line, 610-632-0975. Let's start things off. Let's go outside of not just Philadelphia, but the country, Johnny.
Really?
Let's go to Mariano in Argentina. Mariano, how have you been, man?
How are you guys? I can't believe Rob Thompson is frustrated about the things he can't control. How about the things he can actually control? How about preaching more patience at the plate to your players? How about bringing some small ball philosophy to this team? Why does it feel that every time a Phillies player comes to the plate, they go into this superhero mode when they're trying to hit a moonshot? They became so predictable. I'm not even disappointed. After the first game loss, I knew that this was going to happen. When the Phillies won Game 2, my wife was like, "Why are you not even happy?" They were all celebrating the walk-off. I was not even happy. I saw this coming from a mile away, man. It was crazy. I think like if you want to look ahead to the future, what the Phillies need to do now is bring a new manager, because I think this is on Rob Thompson, and it's time to heal this locker room. Thank you, guys. Love you.
You're the man,
Thank
Mariano.
you, buddy.
We
Heal
appreciate
the locker room. I can tell you that being in the locker room 3 times in the past 3 weeks, the locker room doesn't need to be healed.
They're not a broken locker room.
No, and in fact, I do believe there is very good energy and camaraderie.
Yeah.
I've been in a lot of locker rooms.
I believe they truly like each other.
I believe they do, too. I don't give a damn if they like each other.
Yeah.
That means nothing to me. But I do not think that's an issue. I also do not think the manager should be fired. But I would love to question. Again, I think he did a horrible job.
He had a bad series.
I think he did a horrible job.
And you know me, I'm a big Rob Thompson supporter, defender, fan. He had a bad series.
His chess moves, they're not good, but I wonder, and again, this is just, and like Derek Jeter talking about it, even on the broadcast before the game even started, he wonders how much front offices have to do with what the manager is allowed to do.
I mean, it's been Hall of Fame reporter Jason Stark told the story last year that Christopher Sanchez in the NLCS, when they pulled him after 2 1/3,
that was the front office.
That was a front office decision. That was not Rob Thompson's decision.
The organization thinks small ball. The guys that of course went to highly technical colleges and got these great degrees that never swung a baseball bat in their lives at any kind of meaningful level more than I did. They're going to tell you small ball.
Yeah.
I've got a spreadsheet here that tells you small ball. Oh my gosh. Yo, grandpa, it's not 2005.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Home runs matter,
and they're gonna scoff,
strikeouts
They're going to
don't.
scoff at you with their statistics and everything like that. And again, numbers have no feel. A manager has to have the feel. And Rob Thompson, he had no feel this entire series.
Something that Mariano said about the hero ball. Right? Hero ball in Philadelphia. I'm tired. We got a lot of hero ball in this city. There was a moment yesterday that won't be talked about because it probably shouldn't be talked about it. But because I am a baseball first guy, things piss me off. Right? We talked about this yesterday. Yohan Rojas swinging first pitch in an inning when the first 2 batters struck out on 6 pitches was a cardinal sin. That guy should be arrested. Maybe that's why he wasn't in the lineup yesterday. Maybe he was behind bars. You guys know how I feel about Brandon Marsh. I don't want him on this baseball team next year, not because I don't like him as an individual.
No, he's a good
He's a
dude.
guy that strikes out way too much, who does not provide enough offensively for you. He should be arrested this morning, or he should have been arrested outside of Citi Field yesterday. When Edwin Diaz can't throw a freaking strike, and it's 1-1, and you swing at a pitch outside of the zone, not that I thought the Phillies were going to come back and win, but you had 2 on, 1 out, and it's a 1-1 count. Edwin Diaz has not been in the zone pretty much the entire inning, and you swing at a pitch outside of the zone. A fastball, by the way. It's not like he got fooled by a slider. That dude should have been arrested right then and there. He shouldn't even finish his at-bat. He should have been arrested on the field. And that's something where what Mariano just said, they tried playing hero ball. Brandon Marsh probably going up to the plate going, oh, man, 1 swing of the bat, it's 4-4.
Correct.
Instead of just realizing the moment, you're going up against a guy who's not finding the zone. And you swing at a pitch outside of it?
I swear to you. And again, you talk about Rob Thompson, the batting coach must go. Must go. And philosophy matters. Approach matters. And if it doesn't matter, if you say, well, we just got a bunch of free swingers and they're going to do what they got to do, then you know what you need to do? You need to get a man in the locker room who can say, no, we're going to change the approach here and we're going to learn to be able to do some other things. When I see all the other teams remaining can have big boppers in their lineup and can still hit behind a runner, advance, take the extra base, run the bases intelligently, whatever it is. The approach that this team had at the plate is terrible.
It is.
It's terrible. But it's supported by a analytics staff that tries to tell baseball people that what they knew their whole lives and what they've learned about the game their whole lives isn't really factual. No, we know better. No, you freaking don't. You should be an element of what an organization does. And in this case, it's too prominent.
Analytics are important, but so is baseball minds.
It's a component.
Who's won the World Series the last couple of years?
Oh, boy.
As managers.
Yeah. Baseball guys.
Brian Bochy.
Dusty Baker.
Yep.
Because it's how it is. No, Bruce Bochy.
Last year.
Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
And Brian Snitker.
Yeah.
Because you know why? Baseball lifers that understand, Brian Snitker's son heads up analytics for the Astros. And the minute that the new general manager at the time, president, came in, they sat down and he was set to bring in his own guy.
Yeah.
And when Snitker said to him, I'm going to take analytics into the discussion.
As you should.
But I am not going to let analytics make out my lineup. I'm not going to let analytics. So if that means we have to part ways, we have to part ways.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Rob Thompson is just like those guys. I got to be honest.
He's a baseball lifer.
He is a baseball lifer that is very similar to those dudes.
I don't believe in his approach. He is at all.
I don't know if he has the same feel, but
that's
he's
what
a
I mean. He
baseball
doesn't
lifer.
have their feel at all.
We've talked about the front office. Is it Topper or is it guys is it Dave Dombrowski and Sam Fold? Is it the organizational?
I do believe the front office deserves blame
absolutely.
for what they do, what their approach is, what their mindset is. Look, Rob Thompson makes the calls to the bullpen, does this, does that.
Yeah. And I'm not defending his feel of the game. I'm just saying if we're going to talk analytics and we're going to compare older baseball guys as managers, Rob Thompson is one of those dudes.
But Rob Thompson is not. And with all due respect to you, Connor, on this one, mentioning Rob Thompson, a guy who couldn't sniff a managerial job till his 60s, with Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, two of the arguably one of the guys who managed the most games in the modern era, is crazy.
Yeah, we're not talking skill level. We're talking characteristics.
But he came to. But I don't believe he has their characteristics.
I'm just saying he's not Joe Madden.
No, I got you. But he doesn't have their characteristics though, because both of those guys, first of all, Bruce Bochy, Dusty Baker, can go into a locker room and can go to a player's locker and can go on and have hammer.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the analytics conversation and whether or not they use it too much. And I'm not willing to put that on the manager.
But those guys aren't letting the analytics department dictate too much.
Because they've won World Series and done this forever. Rob Thompson doesn't have the cachet in his position.
Snitker didn't either, buddy. He didn't.
Rob Thompson could possibly be, and again, trying to be his respect. I love Rob Thompson.
So Rob Thompson does not deserve to be fired.
No, I don't think so either. But it could be Sirianni works with what the Eagles want you to do.
He's a happy camper.
Whereas Rob Thompson may work with what the Phillies want you to do.
He's happy camper. He's thrilled that he got this retirement annuity that he never ever got in his life, that he never thought he was going to have. He was retiring from the game. And by the way...
Yeah, it literally was documented. He himself said it.
I am not trying to say that to be a jackass or to be a jerk to him. He has done. I think he's done an admirable job in so many characteristics.
Yeah, you saw where they were 2.5 years ago.
He's created a positive atmosphere. He's created a more sustainable winning over the regular season atmosphere. But when it comes to strategy, he is not a strategist. He's not, and it does not work in those critical situations. But I admire Rob Thompson's ability to manage in a lot of ways.
Yeah. All right, can he manage marriage?
Can he manage marriage?
Yes.
I don't know.
All right.
My wife wants to kill me a few times a month. Maybe we could call Rob and ask.
Only a month? Good for you.
I'm doing better
a couple times a week.
Doing better with that.
All right, so obviously we're talking Phillies all day long today, but let's not forget the Eagles play on Sunday. And, they didn't really enter the bye week.
Scorching.
They lost, and it was horrible. And then once again, Jalen Hurts kind of left you thinking about the relationship between head coach and quarterback. Let's start with Nick Sirianni. Word salad. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about, I guess, just straight up relationships. But you know what this is all about. It's about him and Jalen Hurts.
Communication, right? Communication. Talking through everything, having hard discussion, it's not kumbaya, but it's having hard discussions, telling the truth to each other. I think that's at the end of the day, it always comes down to communication. I don't care if it's the relationship with your wife or your relationship with your kids, your relationship with the players, your relationship with ownership, your relationship with the GM. I think that always is going to be the core, and honesty are going to be the core things of any good relationship and any meshing. We know how important relationships are, and particularly the ones you just mentioned. And so yeah, that's what it's about in my mind, and that's what we strive and try to do.
So
that is a ninth grader's paper on what is the importance of communication.
You need to get to 300 words or whatever. Yeah.
That is a ninth grader writing a paper
that's double spaced.
They didn't read the book, and they just. I can't believe that question's hard. I can't believe that question's hard for him. And we're both laughing. You know what? We're the idiots because we're laughing at it.
But here's
it's unbelievably.
Look, I can laugh just because it's horrible. But I will say this. I will say this. Normally, he just goes, I love Jalen, man. I love him. That was different.
Okay.
That was not the sunshine. He straight up said, it is not always kumbaya, which is something we don't normally hear from Sirianni when he's trying to make it seem like him and Jalen are good. So is that a good thing that he's kind of being honest with you, even though he's said it in 6,000 words? Or are we finally realizing that there is something there? I don't really know.
It's an acknowledgement that there's something there, but it's an acknowledgement in his mind.
Usually he lies. Usually he says whatever he can to make it seem like things are fine.
But it's not a big deal. The acknowledgement from him is, well, it's not a big deal.
Right.
He's telling us it's not a big deal. I believe it could be slightly overblown, but the way Jalen handles it, the way Jalen makes it so cryptic and so passive-aggressive and so, honestly, high school lunchroom, it just...
Well, here is Jalen Hurts because he also is asked about it. Take a listen.
We're the true leaders of the team, and I'm happy and fortunate that, we were able to come together in harmony and have the same goal in mind and trying to get this thing right. I got a ton of confidence in him, a ton of confidence in what he brings and everything he's been able to accomplish, and just continue to press on that, Everybody goes through different moments. Everybody experiences adversity, but we've experienced different levels of adversity together, and we're excited for what's to come.
That was his best answer on Nick Sirianni. That's the first time we got a legitimate good answer from Jalen Hurts on Nick Sirianni.
Do you know that if we had gotten an answer just even toned down a little bit at the end of last season, all the offseason talk would not have existed?
Correct.
That wasn't hard. And it's something that I've said before. That's not hard. It was not hard for Jalen Hurts to make that statement. He could have toned that down a bit even back in January when they lost to the Bucs, before the offseason when he did the passive-aggressive, I'm going to try to screw the guy over subtly routine, and I do believe that's what was going on. That was wonderful.
That was a great answer.
And we would have had none of the talking points all offseason unless we were like some other sports radio people that just will create something.
Yeah, that makes stuff up
to
try to get your reaction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is not – Jalen could have done that. Bravo, Jalen. That's a damn good one.
All right, coming up next, we get more from you on the Phillies' depressing end of the season yesterday. You can climb in at 610-632-0975, phone line, text line. I will play you one more Nick Sirianni clip. It's something that I have to play, John, because when it comes to this offense, he's on my last nerves. All right? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 7:31 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Going to play another clip from Nick Sirianni for you in a few minutes. We'll get to your texts and your calls, but I want to read a tweet for you. Again, people are emotional right now.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
And I saw a tweet, and I do want to discuss this with you guys from my man Harold Stottle, who I've been talking to for years.
Good dude.
And Harold Stottle checks in by saying, Phillies lost to a lesser team, and you feel bad for Bryce? This loss is worse than McNabb losing to the Bucks. Bryce is the new number 5, will always love you. So that second tweet, no.
Oh, my
McNabb
gosh.
losing to the Bucks is worse than the Phillies losing.
How old is Harold Stottle? And by the way, he is a funny dude on social media.
I am not sure.
Because to me, that is somebody who I would think tweets that out that is 25.
Not to be an ageist, but by looking at his Twitter profile picture, he looks older than me.
Okay, well, that is shocking then because that makes no sense.
Now,
the loss yesterday is nothing like losing the NFC title game. Nothing like losing the last game in Veterans Stadium ever. Nothing like losing as a heavy favorite at home with a chance to go to the Super Bowl with an opponent waiting for you there that you would have stomped. Nothing. Stop it.
Now,
that's out of context. That tells me you're just being overly
emotional right now.
That's overly emotional.
But I'll also say this. Other than, and I know it was a big moment, other than the 3-pitch strikeout in Game 3, did Harper have a bad series?
No, he did not.
Nah, he was great, man.
No, he did not. He was hitting until midway through that game. He was hitting 333 for the series.
He finished
or something.
333.
I mean, it's just seriously, that's so ridiculous.
He finished 333, so that means he went 4 for 12. He had 2 doubles and a home run, a monster home run, by the way. And oh, by the way, he also walked 5 times.
Oh, and also he played incredible defense.
He did. His
he
first
had
base
a great
was tremendous.
defensive series.
So yeah, that's the guy we're mad at.
So
I get
it.
That to me is just what's going on.
Like sometimes I think the lesser players are focused on too much, even though your 6 through 9 guys batted below 100 for the series, which is horrible. But sometimes I think we look at the head of the snake, player-wise, and just go for them, to blame them. Bryce Harper and Nick Castellanos are 2 guys that I believe are – you can't be absolved of everything, but they're not the first 2 people I'm thinking of when this series came to the finale that it did yesterday. They're not the first 2 people I think of. I think of the bullpen, number 1.
The bullpen's the biggest villain of this movie.
Number
by
1
far.
is the bullpen. Number 2, I'll go 6 through 9 of the order, or Rob Thompson, if you want to toss one of the 2. I go 6 through 9 in the order before I go middle of the order.
Yeah, you can't go Thompson ahead of the guys that play.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, so 6 through 9. Bullpen, number 1. 6 through 9 in the order, number 2. And then have your pick at number 3. But Harper and Castellanos do not pop up on this list.
If that just tells me, honestly, it tells me you're not paying attention.
Dude, Grimace is above Harper. Shut up.
And more importantly,
Don't tell Harold Stottle to
more
shut up.
importantly,
Sorry, Harold. I'm emotional.
That's a nice man.
we've had NLDSs for 40-some years, 50 years. It's the worst performance by a bullpen ever.
Yeah.
Ever. And it was a gag job, a collective gag job. But I believe the later part of the series was mismanagement by the manager or by the analytics department upstairs that told the manager what to do. I believe
like
that
Hoffman going back out there, analytics cannot tell you emotional feel, and I think that was a big moment in that game. And clearly it was. He couldn't gear back up for it, and then you pull him with the bases loaded, and Estevez gives up a grand slam.
Who do you feel good about in that spot? We talked about Estevez and using him the day before. We talked about not throwing Strom.
I don't feel good about Estevez ever coming in the middle of an inning.
I want him to have a clean
with the bases loaded.
I got you.
That is so
and I will say this: Estevez. If you start an inning with a new pitcher, it wouldn't have been Estevez because it was the bottom of the order.
Correct.
Right.
So it would have been.
What, are you throwing Tanner Banks, Jose Ruiz?
No, it's right there. Bottom of the lineup, I absolutely would put Ruiz in there. And if I'm the manager, considering what I did the other day when a pivotal game was hanging in the balance and he went to Ruiz, it has to show me that if you can't think this guy can navigate the bottom of the order, then you're in trouble.
Yeah,
By the
but
way,
did
it was-
Ruiz give up a run? Like,
No,
Yeah, but not against the bottom of the
You
order.
wouldn't have felt good about any of them.
exactly
But-
my point.
But
you
give
don't
somebody a
do
clean
it.
inning to start with, whether it
Clean
was
inning for your closer.
Kirkering, who
I
was
gotcha.
horrible,
So
Strom,
stupid.
Whatever.
And I don't think. By the way, I don't like. I don't think Kirkering was horrible in the series.
He could not hold. And look, I know he was in bad spots.
He was in bad spots. By the way, he gave up sacrifice flies for the first 2 runs he gave up in the series.
He might just
Like, I
not,
don't knock- I
he
don't- I'm
might
not
just
knocking a
not be
reliever
that
for that.
electric guy that we thought he was. And look, it's not his fault that he went from high A to the freaking NLCS last year.
Hoffman pooped his pants, and everybody who had such great energy last year for just picking on Craig Kimbrell, Hoffman was far worse than Craig Kimbrell was last year. We eviscerated Kimbrell for good reason.
Yeah.
For his performance last year. Hoffman was far worse. Hoffman makes Kimbrell look like an all-time great.
Yeah, but
Hoffman was atrocious.
you're absolutely right. But the Kimbrell thing pissed us off so much because you had better options.
Yeah, you did.
This year you
did.
didn't. Like in this series, everybody stunk,
Everyone
and that's why
stunk.
it's
That
hard to
entire
single someone
bullpen
out.
did.
You
All right.
can't put your closer in. You cannot put your closer in a bases-loaded situation.
No, I didn't like that decision.
After you used him for 2 innings when you didn't have to the day before.
Let's go to Kyle in Old City.
Dumb.
Kyle, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Going on, gents? How
What's
are
up,
you?
buddy?
Hey, Kyle.
Just frustrated. Sorry, am I getting an echo here?
No, you're good.
Are you on your speaker?
Okay.
You
You're
man?
good.
Okay.
You're good.
Now I'm in my car, hands-free, so I just want to
Well,
make
that's
sure.
what it is. That's why you're getting the echo.
Okay. So I'm just a little, I guess, concerned overall with, I think just the, mindset of this team. I mean, like, it was the little things like, from Bohm crying, in the dugout yesterday or 2 days ago to, Trey Turner nearly blowing a double play and laughing about it. It's just like, it's stuff like that where it's like, I don't know. It's almost like to the point where it's like, how seriously are they? I know you never want to question a guy's seriousness, but it's like at some points you have to, right? When you're not showing up offensively and you are laughing out there when you're in a tight game. I don't know. It's just weird. It's a
Yeah,
weird
look,
mix
I
of
think
that.
we've all had that nervous laugh before, right? And look, they made the play, so it's not like, I'm sure if they only got one out on that play, I don't think Trey Turner's laughing. He's probably laughing because the play was made. But I get what you're saying in terms of mentality. Like we talked about earlier, we played that clip from Kyle Schwarber who said, "Man, we just never had the big inning." Well, why are you relying on a big inning? Like, scrap together runs over the course of the game. Don't rely on a big inning. And to me, that tells what you just said, Kyle. They deflate when they don't get the big inning when they think they're going to get one.
No, I think they think they belong there more than other teams, and it's like, what do you do? Why is that? Because you want an NL East title? I guess being the best team in until June gets you something, right? It obviously doesn't, so it's just so frustrating that I think that it's a sense of they are not obviously a good team to be hunted, right? They obviously don't have that makeup, so. Find guys that can. If you want to play that way where you had to be the hunted team, find guys that know how to play that way. And one last thing I will say, I'm just I do have friends that say this. Look, I mean, Harper's an amazing player, and there's just a lot of guys that are great players in baseball that won't win a title, and it's starting to feel that way now.
No, I mean,
I
you
don't
can't
buy
say
that.
Yeah, Kyle.
I don't
Plus,
buy that.
again, if anybody's blaming Bryce Harper for this series, there was one big moment where he came up small with the strikeout. And then Nick Castellanos, next at bat, hits a screaming liner that unfortunately was doubled up. And if that ball goes 3 inches to the right and it's a double in the gap, nobody's talking about the Bryce Harper strikeout. It was the one big moment. Bryce Harper was very good in this series.
He was very good in the series. And,
I don't get how we're getting
Trey
to this
Turner,
point.
though?
No, he was bad. You want to have that conversation about Trey Turner?
Trey Turner is, and Connor and I will disagree on this forever, and I'll have many more years to have it come true.
Yeah,
it's the worst contract in baseball.
Not even close,
No,
John.
Anthony Rendone's is the worst contract. Mike Trout's contract is worse.
No,
they don't
because
play.
they're done. They're done.
So then it's not
They're
the
off
worst
the
contract
books.
in baseball.
Yes, it is, because it's 9 more years of it.
He was
It's
an all-star
9
this
more.
year. You're
It's
not going to tell me an
Yeah,
all-star has
yeah.
the worst
That's
contract
great.
in baseball, John. That's crazy.
Nobody would take that contract.
Oh, my goodness. Like,
No, oh my goodness. Nobody would trade for that contract.
This is, and I mean this with all due respect,
Yes.
I think the craziest thing you've ever said.
Then there it is. I'll put it in emphasis. 9 more years of Trey Turner. No, you would not find one major league team that if they said Trey Turner's on the market, come and get him, you would not find one that would trade and take that contract.
So it's not a good contract.
No, that's what I'm saying is.
No,
terrible.
you're saying it's the worst contract in baseball, which is
9
flat
years,
out incorrect.
9
It's not the
years
worst.
It's flat out
left of
incorrect,
it.
and we're not going to do it.
It isn't. 9 years left of it. It's done.
All right. Coming up next,
And he's a butcher.
you'll hear from Nick Sirianni because the Eagles play on Sunday.
Oh, they do.
He talked about the decline in motion, John.
No.
Isn't Kellen Moore the offensive coordinator and motion's supposed to be like a staple of his offense?
It always has been for every year that he's called plays.
Until he started working with Nick Sirianni, who, remember last year, scoffed at us when we asked about pre-snap motion?
He did.
He talked about the decline in the Eagles' motion usage. You'll hear that next. And I don't think this is going to happen, but I'm going to give you a horrible trend in the NFL that doesn't go in favor of the Eagles. It's Kincade Salciunas.
Thanks for this.
Yep, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
I got to direct my attention to something I've talked about a lot, and that's how we rose.
All right, it is 8:02 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Thursday morning following the Phillies season coming to an end against the New York Mets yesterday, which that pains me more than you guys even, I think, know. I mean, obviously.
Is it Mets? Is it just Mets that makes it that much worse?
I hate the Mets.
Exactly.
With a burning passion.
Sure, absolutely.
Obviously, I'm upset when the Phillies lose, but when it's to a rival that I hate more than any other team, any other rival that rivals the teams in the city, bugs me a little bit.
You know how Atlanta felt the last 2 years.
Yeah.
This morning.
Yeah.
They were so pissed.
I know how that feels now.
Division winners against a team that they can't stand, a city they can't stand.
Yeah.
I'm glad they were this upset. Screw them.
Yeah, screw them, but screw the Mets. All right, we have headlines coming up at 8:05, but be ready. After headlines, we're going to do an exercise because our main topic today, and Connor, have a text ready on it. Our main topic today is where do we go from here? Now, obviously, there's levels to it. It's not just roster, who's here, who goes. It's also what kind of roster do you want? Do you want boom or bust? Do you want traditional? Do you want, certain strengths? Do you want to ignore certain weaknesses because they might provide you with something else, right? Like Alec Bohm drives and runs, but there's a lot of things that he doesn't necessarily do all that great. He doesn't hit for power. He's a third baseman, right? But in a boom or bust lineup, maybe you need a guy like Alec Bohm that can hit singles for you, but maybe he shouldn't bat cleanup. It's a fascinating conversation. This offseason will be crazy for the Phillies. So what do we have on the text line, Connor? Because we will do the stay or go conversation following headlines.
Yeah, so we have a check-in here on bear with this one. People are kind of losing it a little bit when it comes to who should stay and who should go. But this is just kind of the nature of the beast when it comes to this. So we have someone saying, what are the chances that the Phillies decide to move JT Realmuto's position, not get rid of him, but change that around so that he could be more productive at the plate?
So first of all, I know people have been saying that for a few years. He might not be as elite of a catcher as he used to be. He still plays at a very high level. That play that he made where Hoffman gets out of the inning, that dribbler, that was reminiscent of the Carlos Ruiz, Brandon Phillips chopper to secure the no-hitter for Halladay in the playoffs. It's a great play. His blocking is still amazing, except for when pitches are thrown 55 feet, like you saw yesterday. How many pass balls were there? Or wild pitches, sorry.
Like
wild
2,
pitches.
3.
It was horrible. Where are you going to put him? Like, is Harper going back into the outfield? Because then you could have kept Rhys Hoskins, right? Like, you're going to either move him to first base. He himself has said he doesn't like DHing. He feels more involved in a game when he's playing in the field and also hitting. That's his own feeling. So you're not going to DH the guy. So now what? He's probably going to catch. It's not like the Royals who have Salvador Perez, who is still playing at a ridiculous level, right? Who catches half the season but plays first base the other half. You know why? Because they don't have a first baseman. They don't have Bryce Harper. So what are you going to do?
I honestly don't know what they do, but it actually gives it is a roadblock for them. I go back to spring training when Rob Thompson answered the question honestly and said, our best lineup would be as if we had Bryce Harper in right field.
Yeah, and Hoskins at first base. But that's not reality. Yeah.
So it then puts you into, I don't know why Bryce Harper can't play right field, and in moving forward off-season plans, I don't know why that can't potentially be an option if you found somebody to take Casty and you thought that would allow the chess pieces to move.
He may have played Gold Glove first base this year.
No. He played first base well. I don't think he was Gold Glove, but he played it well.
Yeah.
He was above average. He's above average. No, he's an above average right fielder too.
So now you're going to put who at first base? Bohm or Realmuto?
No, that's a whole nother issue.
Right, like that's the thing.
No, Realmuto, you got 1 year left.
Right, I'm not.
There's 1 year left of
so
JT Realmuto. You got to ride that out.
I hate to say this harshly. What do you do with 1 year left of a running back?
Burn him out.
You break the wheels off.
Why would I change my team when I have a guy for 1 year left. Who is still catching at a high level. It's just obviously when his knees are shot, it might hamper him offensively.
Well, it shows you that at the end of the year, he's out of gas.
Right.
And DJ AAA, as long as you have a real option behind him that is getting some legitimate games at catcher, and I'm talking about 35, 40 starts.
Right.
I'm not talking about 80.
Right, not the Sunday give up.
But I
want
to exactly. I'm talking about 40 starts.
Yeah.
42. How about 42? Nice round number.
Yep.
JT catches 120. Someone else catches 42. A legitimate major league catcher.
Yes. All right. We do the stay or go exercise in a few minutes. It's going to be a quick one today. It's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
You know what's up. Today sucks, but that's okay. We're going to get through it together, and Phillies fans everywhere are down bad. You might ask, how down bad are they? Well, we got a classic all-time sad Philadelphia sports news interview last night where a young woman was asked about her experience at the game and the Francisco Lindor Grand Slam. She put it ahead of a pretty tough life experience. Take a listen.
So there's a couple low points in my life. My dog passing away and them getting a Grand Slam. The Grand Slam took the cake.
What?
Put it above the dog passing away. The Grand Slam was
I will
worse.
say this. When I lost my childhood dog when I was a sophomore in high school, that hurt more than any other team's loss in my life.
I don't want to think of.
I know.
I don't want to think of Nicky
disagree
Foles
with her.
out of my life.
I disagree
I think
with
most
her.
of us would.
That
but in the moment,
that may have been heat in the moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. These people weren't worth it. This group of collected players wasn't worth it for me to have that kind of feeling and put it on.
Yeah, they're still your team, though.
But I understand, but they weren't worth it. The way that they handled themselves, the way they carried themselves, the childish antics by some, the nonchalance of others, they weren't worth it. They
I
weren't
think it
worth
was
me
a
having.
very likable team, but that's just.
I think it was a likable team, too. All right, what do we got? What else?
Okay, well, here's the thing. Like, we're all down bad right now. So what helped Johnny out earlier this week was Music Johnny. He was listening to music on the car on the way in and calmed it down and everything like that. So maybe we could all use a good concert. And boys,
usually drugs help me.
Do I have just the show for you guys tonight at the Fillmore? Do you know who's performing?
I do. I do know who's performing.
No.
And you know what? With all due respect, I hope nobody goes.
In his first ever Philadelphia concert, Callum Scott is on stage tonight. The day after
Get the hell out! I didn't win on this. Get the hell out!
Talk about timing.
Oh, that's terrible! And what a freaking opportunist!
Let me ask
that he
you.
was trying to come in and time it going.
Yeah, but here's
that's
the thing.
perfect.
He was. It's under my belief that he was asked to come around last year and he didn't because my tour is going on right now. Well, remember when the Timmy Trumpets guy actually performed at Citi Field? Good for him for doing it. Calum Scott didn't, and now all of a sudden he picks a Red October date for his tour so that he could be in the area in case they move on.
He picked a Red October off night.
Right, but then he would be in Philly. So, again, he didn't come last year, it is my understanding, because his tour was elsewhere. So he purposely picked this time of year to come to Philadelphia, and I think in hopes to then do something at Citizens Bank Park. That song's dead. As much as I loved the moments of it, that song's dead, and I hope nobody goes see Calum Scott. What is he really known for anyway, other than that?
Is it
that
Callum
song?
or Callum
Scott.
Callum.
And
you know what?
You can at least say the guy's name
I don't
right.
care
Come on.
about him.
Come on. Yes, you do. It's okay.
I DM'd him once. He never answered, so screw that guy.
Oh, wow. He shut down your DM.
I tried to get him on this show,
Let
and
me
he
ask
didn't
you,
come
though,
on.
Does he play it? It's a big
Of
song
course
for
he
him
is.
outside of the Phillies. They just lost. We've never been so mad at this Phillies team in this core. He can't play it.
I'm going to guess, look, I'm going to guess that is it Callum?
Callum.
Yes. It's not that hard of a name.
I'm
not
gonna
a
get,
hard
yeah, but
name
you
to
heard me
say.
the other day with Terrell.
Yeah, you did.
I struggled. I'm gonna guess that the people that are going to a Callum Scott concert aren't necessarily the biggest sports fans.
Okay, that's fair.
Just my guess.
Let's round out with this, something that we started the show off with and carry through.
So the question today: where do we go from here when it comes to the Phillies?
I know we're going to get into this with the stay or go, but you got to make tough roster decisions. And I think a lot of the difference is going to be made in the margins. That's just what I'll say before we get into this exercise.
All right, so the exercise, stay or go. And we'll run through this quickly because I know there's I pulled up the NLDS roster. We'll do bullpen at a different time.
At a different time.
Because I don't know their contracts.
Because they're the villains. They're the villains of this movie.
So what I did was on a sheet of paper, I did me and then what I believe the Phillies do. And I would like you guys to do the exact same thing.
Okay.
So we'll start at catcher. JT and Stubbs. I believe my personal want is for JT to stay and for Stubbs to go. I believe the same goes for the Phillies. I would like your input on that.
I duplicate your thought process.
Yeah, we all agree on that. There's no other option.
Okay. Harper, let's not even waste our time.
That's not even.
Yeah, get rid of him.
That big bum.
Yeah.
Now, that is a contract, Connor, that they would have 20 franchise, not maybe because of the money, 18 franchises that would call and say,
Johnny,
yeah, we'll take it.
There would be 29 franchises calling about Bryce Harper.
Bryson Stott, I believe he stays. I would like him to stay.
I believe he stays, and I would like him to stay.
Yep, I agree.
All right.
Well, that's easy so far.
Alec Bohm, I would like him to go because I don't like third basemen that don't have pop. I believe the Phillies benching him tell you what they think about him.
So you think he's going to go?
I would not be surprised if Alec Bohm is not a member of the Philadelphia Phillies next year.
I believe Alec Bohm should go, and I believe Alec Bohm will go.
All right.
Wow.
Connor?
I believe that he should stay, and I believe that he will stay.
That's going to be an interesting one
I
to
don't
watch.
think there's any chance you move an all-star caliber arbitration player. Here's what's going to happen. You have the answer in 2 years. You're going to have to try and figure it out, but you don't quit on this guy now.
So let's talk about that for a second. You could make the case that his value is higher than
it's ever going to be.
Okay, so are you trading a valuable player in a contention window to try and rebuild a team that doesn't really need to be rebuilt?
I can find a guy that can be okay for a year. It's not like Alec Bohm was elite. I know he was an all-star. I can find a guy that can be okay for a year at third base.
And I don't believe Aiden Miller is 2 full years away.
I was about to say, I see teams across Major League Baseball. This is something that the Phillies need to open their eyes at.
Yep.
And they finally did with Johan Rojas. He just might not be the best example to use because he's not a generational player.
Right.
The Phillies are afraid to call guys up.
They are.
They were going to do it with Painter until he got hurt. And, of course, Rojas finally got called up. They wait too long. And this isn't a 2024 Phillies. This is a long time
They
Phillies
brought
thing.
a guy from A-ball to the NLCS last year. They don't always wait too long.
No, but they do for giving guys real opportunity, position players. They do.
I see 20 and 21 and 22-year-olds across Major League Baseball
the
all
Braves
the
do
time.
it all the time.
And they're one of the best franchises
and
in
they
Major
have one of
League
the best
Baseball.
minor league systems and one of the best programs in all of baseball. They do it all the time. Phillies have training wheels.
Yeah, they do. So
worried about that clock starting.
I could probably go a year without Alec Bohm, have some guy that can fill in nicely. Get a good look. The only time that you and I, Connor, have seen the Phillies win a World Series in our lifetime, Pedro Feliz was an elite fielder. He could swing the stick a little bit. He had 20 home runs that year. Obviously had the game-winning hit in the World Series, but he wasn't lights-out hitter. Okay hitter.
Okay.
Elite glove. You won a World Series because all your other guys also did what they were supposed to.
You know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing you want to move on from a guy that's more talented than the replacement option because we don't like him. And that's not the way that you win championships.
I don't believe in him. Don't believe in him. He's adequate defensively. I don't have any problem.
Okay.
All right.
I don't buy.
Turner stays for me.
Well, there's nobody's taking the contract, so it's not.
No, but would you personally wish he was on a different team next year?
Yes.
So you would say stays.
And that money's gone. But I would love to say goes, but it's never happening.
But
so
you
I'll
would
just
say goes.
Yeah, but he's never happening. No one's taking $250 million.
I got
left to pay.
I'm guessing stays for you.
That guy would never walk away from my organization.
All right. Nick Castellanos. Now, this is an interesting one. I want him to stay. I don't think that'll be here next year.
I do not want him to stay because I want him to break up the logjam, and I do not think he will be here.
So you're goes.
Goes.
I'm stays goes.
I'm goes on him and goes on Bohm.
This is the toughest
one. It's a hard one.
This is
hard.
the toughest
it's
one.
hard because he was damn good in the postseason.
Nobody can blame Castellanos.
No, nobody's blaming him.
And oh, by the way, has been one of your better players for 2 years now.
Yeah, I'm stays because of the upside, but the organization is right on the fence for me. What it's going to come down to, I really think, is Luis Robert or Juan Soto.
Well,
are those guys potentially available? And if so, you got to move money. So I'll say goes because they tried to offload the contract last year.
But you want him to stay?
I would like him to stay, yes.
Okay, same. Austin Hayes, I believe he stays. I would like him to go. He's got a year left under control.
I believe he stays, and I'd like him to go.
I don't think he's a good baseball player all around. I think the team likes him. They thought he was a starter when they traded for him. They're going to say, hey, he didn't really have a shot. He got hurt. He had the kidney thing. I didn't like him when he came here, so that's my belief on the guy before he even came to Philadelphia. I would like him to go. I think he stays.
I believe he stays. I want him to stay. I think it's really unfair how people are reading this Austin Hayes situation. He had a hamstring injury. He had a kidney infection. He joined a new team midseason that was in a contention like race. And I know he was with contention, but like everyone's treating this guy like we know he stinks. We haven't seen a drop in the bucket of Austin Hayes.
I watch other baseball too. I didn't necessarily like him.
I understand.
I know he's an all-star.
Like,
2 years ago, so is Alec Bohm.
He's not my starting left fielder. He's not starting in the outfield for me.
So
but I
we're
want him
So
to
we're
stay.
going to have a platoon again?
Yep.
No, we are not platooning.
Oh, he's just a bench guy.
Yes. And if
Okay.
he's a bench
Okay.
guy, you could do much worse.
All right,
You
so
could do much worse as a bench guy and an emergency fourth outfielder. Absolutely.
all right, so me says me goes.
He says-
Migos? I
Migos.
love Migos.
I say he goes, but the organization has him. You're the same, I believe.
Yeah.
And you're both stays.
Yes.
All right. Marsh. I would drive him somewhere, as you guys know. I would cross-country road trip, I'd make him sit in the back seat, though.
And
He's
it's
not
not
sitting up front with me.
personal. It's
No.
not anything like that.
I believe the organization keeps him because they're going to think, look, we traded a big prospect for him. He was a former number 1 prospect in baseball. Let's see if we can get something out of him.
I believe that he will go, and I believe he should go.
Oh, so you're double go.
I'm double go. Bohm, Castellanos, Marsh.
Connor, you're a big Marsh guy.
I love the guy. I think he can be a professional hitter one day. I think he goes, and I want him to go.
So far,
You think he goes, and you want him to go?
I do.
So far, I have 2/3 of the mural.
Yeah. Easy.
Can we pick good players?
Talk to the Phillies.
Yeah. Rojas. The rest are bench guys. Schwarber, we all Stace.
Schwarber.
Yeah.
He's got 1 year left anyway.
Yeah. Rojas. Do I really have to tell you how I feel about him? I think he also. No, I wrote down stays. I guess he stays. But he could be used as a trade piece at some point. If he's blocked, I don't know what the worth is of Johan Rojas league-wide. I don't know how they look at him. I would not like him on this team next year. I know how much you guys like him.
I think I think they will keep him. But
I just think there's better.
I think he's gonna stay, and I think he should stay.
I just think there's better overall.
I don't think he's going to be a starter.
I agree with that. I think he stays. I think he should stay. And I think he goes to the bench with Austin Hayes. And I think
I
you
don't
go
think
out
he's
and you
right.
find a starting center fielder and a non-platoon starting left
I don't
fielder.
think he's going to be their. I do not think he will be opening day starting center
And he
fielder in
shouldn't be.
DC.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think he will be.
If he's Christian Pache this next year, like that role on the
Right,
team,
yes.
that's great.
And by the way, I would see them using him a lot in games where they have the lead, where for defensive, put him in
get
the
him at
eighth.
bats against
Yes.
bad teams and stuff
Okay.
like that. Yeah.
Look, now, question is, does he buy into it? He should. He hasn't done anything to.
He's not going to be a problem at this point.
Exactly. All right, coming up next, it's a question that's been, I think, from the beginning of sports. We go back to ancient Greece. It's a question that's been asked. And it's a question I normally have a feel on, but I don't know if I do this time, John. Did the Mets win the series or did the Phillies lose it? We discuss that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
same. If it's the next round or the World Series round, it all feels pretty similar.
Yep.
Not to me, it doesn't.
Well, it
not to me.
depends.
Not to me, it doesn't.
I'm sure the player does.
No.
They're just they lose.
I've never heard a player ever say that. Losing in the NLDS is the same as losing in the World Series. The World Series round. Come on, give me a break.
Again, I'm upset about something Kyle Schwarber said, but I can't be too critical of what they're saying right after their season came to an end.
You don't have to. You know what's funny is there's no rule you have to say dumb stuff. I mean, you don't have to say something dumb. No, it is much worse to lose in the NLDS than it would have been to lose in the NLCS,
right?
Or to lose in the World Series,
especially when your expectations were to get back. By the way, we haven't really said it. This season was a failure.
It was a complete failure.
We haven't said it yet. We went 2.5 hours in, and we haven't said it yet. The Philadelphia Phillies failed in 2024. The season was a failure, and I know that they had a great regular season, but the point of this season, and it's the same with the Eagles. Why have I been so harsh on the Eagles? Because they're through 4 weeks when they're 2-2. Because the goal is to get to an NFC Championship game, and when they're playing like crap despite winning football games, you know that can't continue, and they're going to lose. And the overall goal is not just to win a couple of weeks here and there. The overall goal for the Phillies this season was not to just win the division. The overall goal was to get back to the World Series and maybe win it this time.
Yep.
And they didn't not get back to the World Series or the NLCS. They lost in the NLDS. This season was a failure. They failed the entire 2024 year because of these 3 games. There are 4 games, 3 that they lost.
Cosign. That was extremely well said. It's a complete failure, an abject failure.
Doesn't mean they stink.
No, it doesn't mean that they
blow it up. Like we have a caller that we're going to get to that says, are we heading toward a rebuild? Like
no, but this team's nowhere near a rebuild. So stop it. But
they failed.
But blow it up. I'm closer to blowing it up than I am to staying the course. I'm closer to and blow it up. When you have a payroll that's $250 million,
yeah,
you do not have to worry about a rebuild. They're not doing a rebuild, but I'm closer to blow it up this morning.
You mean blow it up, like move on from the core?
Major parts moving on,
but still bring in other major parts.
No question.
You're not saying process,
no,
right?
No, and by the way. With a $250 million payroll, you're never doing that. And they're too good to have to do that.
No.
That pitching staff is too good.
All right, what do we got in the text line, Connor? I apologize to our texters. There's just been so much to talk about with the season come to an end the way that it did, that we have not gone to as many texters as we normally would. So you can text the show at 610-632-0975. The question is, where do we go from here? But overall Phillies reaction all day today. What do we got?
So Alan Manny-Young checks in and says, keep Harper, Stott, Castellanos, and Trey because you have to. Keep the starting pitching. Totally rework the bullpen, and Topper must go. That's where we go from here.
Now, here's the thing. To totally rework the bullpen, I mean, that's a hard thing for me to agree on. When they were the best in the league, one of the best in the league, they then had a horrible 4 games. So am I basing the bullpen off of these 4 games or 162?
As long as you tell me that you potentially learned something in the postseason about some of these individuals, I'm okay with you saying more stay the course. I expect them to more stay the course.
Yeah. Because, look, Hoffman, who was bad, he was good last year in the playoffs. So it's not like he's a playoff choker.
But he was all-time atrocious.
Yeah, it was bad.
He was baseball historically bad. And what history would tell you is that when that happens, rarely does it bounce back in that market.
Hang on. When history would tell you that 3 appearances in the postseason do a guy in?
Historically, terrible performance. Many times with relievers would tell you change of scenery.
What says that?
Because of look at the names. Go look at the names of people that were as bad in a postseason series as him. And when you go down the list, most of them have 3 or 4 teams on their resume.
Right, but was it like after that year? Relievers move a bunch.
A lot of teams will move on from a guy just because they have to. They got to.
Well, I don't think they have to move on.
I don't think they have
Hoffman.
to. Well, no, they do. They got to make a decision. Either commit to him.
He's a free
Either
agent.
commit to him long term, and I'm talking 3 or 4 years.
This, he hurt his worth.
He saved your money.
Yeah, but
he saved your money.
Didn't save the game, but he saved your money.
I hear that, but does that make you feel good about the money?
I still like him.
Yeah,
you're going to pay top of market on him. You're going to pay top market value. Somebody's going to say, I'm going to disregard that playoff series.
Right.
So you're going to pay top dollar. Estevez is another one. You got to make a decision. You have no choice. It's not one of those ones is you got to pay or he's going, and you're going to have to pay top of market because closers are.
Right.
And who's your closer?
Yeah, well, it'll be Estevez if you bring him back. But my question is, are you really going to get someone you feel more confident in than those guys? So you might
I don't
get
know
someone
who's
who's
out.
different.
I don't know what they could do.
No,
but
you're gonna try again. You're gonna try to find other people.
Right. It's hard to believe they're going to put together a bullpen with different pieces that you believe in as much as
I don't want a bullpen overhaul by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. But you're only going to get one, Hoffman or Estevez. Both of them are going to be sought after to be somebody's closer.
Yeah, you're probably
which means top of market pricing. You're going to choose one. You're not getting both because both guys are going to go, screw you, Phillies. I'm not going to be the setup guy.
Well, Hoffman
I could be paid.
Be fine with it.
No, because he's going to get offers by 4 or 5 teams. Remember, he's never made money in the game.
Right.
Yeah, but if they pay him and they tell him the 8th inning's his,
yeah.
I think
but somebody else will pay him closer money. Another franchise is going to offer him to be the big guy. And closer money is distinctly different than setup guy money.
What's to say John Middleton won't pay his setup guy closer money?
Yeah, he might.
I don't believe he will.
He wants his bleeping trophy back, John.
Yeah, well, he's going to say, who's the guy most responsible for it not being there? Hoffman. Whether you want to say it or not, whether you're willing to admit it or not, he is the biggest failure of the postseason, was him. He was the guy who gagged under the bright lights the most.
There's a lot of
No, he was the one who did the most. His fingerprints are over the crime scene all over it.
It was bad.
And so I think John Middleton be less likely to say, yeah, I'm writing the big check for that guy.
Yeah, I got you. All right. I mentioned it during the break. It's a question that we've discussed a million times. Did the Phillies win this series or Phillies lose the series or the Mets win it? I want to play this clip for you first, and then I want your answers on it. Here's Nick Castellanos giving the Mets credit.
I mean, losing sucks, man. There's no way around it. But instead of feeling sorry for myself, I'm going to give them credit because right now the Mets are playing really good baseball. They're hot. From watching them play in the beginning of the year in April and May, and, watching Jose Iglesias be able to, unify them and get the city to buy into something bigger is nothing short of incredible. And, just give them their credit. They beat us.
So, did the Mets win it or did the Phillies lose it? Usually I can give you an answer right away. I think I have Mets won it.
Mets won it. I don't even hesitate. Mets won it.
I hesitate a little bit.
Because the Phillies, I would say, choked away game 1.
Because the Mets didn't. The Mets handled the spotlight. The Mets handled the pressure. The Mets players came with a mindset that they weren't intimidated, that they were squeezing their bats so tight.
Right.
How many times did you hear, whether it was the 2 broadcasters on the game, whether you heard Jeter during the thing going, these guys are pushing, they're pressing, they're trying too hard, they're swinging at bad crap, they're doing all these things. One team cracked under the pressure, one team thrived under it. They won the series. Don't take away from the Mets.
Yeah, I say Mets won it. But I do get the hesitation.
Yeah. You think about it a little bit, and then you think about how did the big moments happen. It wasn't you were walking guys in. It wasn't you made an error. It was they hit big home runs.
And they also weren't swinging at balls outside of the strike zone all series long.
Except for Ranger Suarez.
Yeah, all series long.
They weren't touching Ranger's curveball.
No, but Ranger, remember, though, they did the reason the pitch count was so high
they walked.
Is because they weren't chasing.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They literally said yesterday, okay, Ranger Suarez is going to try to mess with, and by the way, he did. What was it, 5 of the first 6 strikeouts and all those pitches. But they were laying off non-strikes.
Yeah, fair point.
We don't.
All right, coming up next, we get more of your reaction. 9 o'clock, Kevin Negandhi joins the show. And I read an article. I'll bring this up to Kevin toward the end of our conversation with him, and then we will discuss it. It was a positive outlook article on CBS this morning. And one of the positives they highlighted, I wonder if it's actually a positive. We'll talk about that later on the show, but we want to get some of your reaction coming up next. After a night like last night, we want to commiserate with you. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. not a good ball club. It's just
I always hate the argument of when people start going, well, it's not like we're terrible. Yeah. Nobody's saying you're terrible.
Nobody's saying that. You guys
won 90 games.
Yeah,
exactly.
You won the division. It's like nobody's taking that away from you.
Stop
it's just
making up false arguments to try to cover up for just saying we played like crap.
Yeah, and you failed because the goal.
Yes, and we wet our pants on the biggest stage, and we do not handle pressure well.
The goal from the beginning was to get back to a World Series and win it. John, you know where I was back in March when I was in Clearwater, talking to a lot of players, talking to a lot of people within the organization, and they all had a similar mindset, and they backed it up for the majority of the regular season.
I think they did.
And it was, we're pissed off about last year. We're still the fun-loving group that we are, but we're going to come into this season with more of a business-like approach. And they did that. And remember, can't believe I'm doing this.
Okay.
Remember, there was a moment in this season that bothered me, and I compared it to a moment with the Eagles last year. Earlier in the year, when the Phillies would lose a game, despite them winning 9 out of 10, Kyle Schwarber would say, every guy in that locker room is pissed off that we lost today.
He would.
Even though they were like 25-2.
Right.
They lost the game, they were pissed off. When they started struggling, they started to say, well, it's a long season.
162.
It happens.
Yeah.
We have time to turn things around. And I compared it to the Eagles when they were winning football games, and Jalen Hurts would say, yeah, we're winning games, but we're not playing like the standard. The standard is the standard. And then when they started losing and they finally squeaked out a win, Jalen Hurts said, well, since when is winning not the main thing? Since you told us it wasn't. And then all of a sudden your attitude shifted because you finally won a football game. The attitude in the clubhouse shifted at some point when they realized they were losing a lot of baseball games.
They put the coaster brakes on, and no one can convince me otherwise. Remember when they shut down JT and they started to talk about giving pitchers some rest? And Rob Thompson was on the record with it.
Yep.
They were 45-20 when they left London. They were 30 games over 500 in the A's series right before the All-Star break. There's a complacency that sets in, and I'm not one to tell you that if you weren't there are radio shows in this town that are huge, legendary shows. When you're up so big,
yeah,
it would be easy to say, okay, look, we're not going to put as much into it as we used to because we're still killing everybody.
Right.
To me, I'm going, it's human nature. I think this team fell under human nature.
Yeah.
The Braves don't have Acuna. They've been ravaged by injuries. They're not catching us. The Mets left London 16 and a half games behind you.
No, I feel you, and part of what you're saying is absolutely true. But the comparison to radio hosts and stuff like that, radio hosts ain't going to blow out an ACL.
Well, yeah, so that goes back to like the Harper not running out a ground ball discussion.
Right. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's a game. It's a July game.
Right.
Well, I mean,
it matters. It matters in mindset. It matters in Charlie Manuel wouldn't put up with that crap.
Well, hang on. Because when we got to the postseason, did we see anything about Bryce Harper not hustling or not trying to win or not playing hard?
That's just one example.
It's an example of a tone you set as far as what's the standard.
And this isn't a Phillies. This is a baseball. This isn't a Phillies thing. This is a baseball thing where you see teams have the big lead. They take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. You've seen it 2 years in a row with the Atlanta Braves.
Right, because you're trying to get there healthy because you know if you lose these guys, you're screwed.
And so in the back of your mind, trying to stay healthy is not playing the same way.
Right.
Like we've all done that.
The give-up lineup. The Rob Thompson pencil-in give-up lineup.
But I think it's warranted because if you lose these guys to injury, you turn into what the Braves were this year.
It is warranted, but you see where it costs.
Exactly.
Teams.
It's a very difficult balance.
It's hard. It's not an easy thing.
When you're saying it's warranted, there's tons of baseball history that would tell you it's not. This load management crap. It's not. This is a new age phenomenon. This is a new age approach.
When they were rubbing a stick of butter on a UCL tear?
No, it was the idea is that baseball did not use load management. They did not do this until the modern era.
Yeah,
it was not the
Castellanos is one of 2 or 3 players that played all one season.
Absolutely. And guess what? He was great in the postseason.
There used to be players that played 150 and above routinely.
Yeah.
You would have 6 guys.
Yeah.
5 guys. It's now, oh, no, can't do that.
Well, it's
Can't
not.
do it.
It's not exact, John. There's points on both sides. I'm allowing validity to your point. You have to allow validity to mine.
There is
No, what I'm
validity
saying
to both.
is that but it's not it's like load management in basketball. It's not. There's no science to prove.
See, here's
that
the
it's good
problem
to
with
do.
this argument. You are a brick wall on one side, and I'm giving you some on this side. And you need to understand that there are both sides to this argument. If you rest guys, they may be healthier.
No,
It could
I
also
give you
be-
that point.
Okay, thank
They
you.
may be healthier.
Right,
But
and
I'm not
it
going
may
to
not work.
And it may not. So if something is 50-50, it may be and it may not be.
Perfect.
I don't like the practice.
What, you don't like the odds on either side? It's 50-50.
I don't like because I don't
No,
like
you
the
can have-
practice.
you can
it
have
doesn't
preferences.
doing it to me doesn't say it's worth it because it might work. Oh, and it might not work. Okay, then that to me is I'm going to go by my gut instinct and say I'm not worried.
you prefer.
That's totally fair.
Yes.
All right, real quick, let's go to Tlove. I wanted to commiserate with some people this segment.
What's up, Tlove?
Love?
Yeah, hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
What's up,
man.
brother?
Yeah, man, I'm down in the dumps today and all of that. But listen, I got to tell you, and I listen to you guys every day,
And we appreciate it.
even when I don't call. I got love for you. But I got to tell you, you guys pretty much ruined my preseason for Eagles football. And with all the negative talk, and now don't start yet because I'm going to tell you that even though that happened, you guys were probably right, and I can say that now because I'm looking at it objectively.
Okay.
Now, what I'm trying to say is that now I think you guys kind of lost your objectivity with the Phillies. I mean, this was predictable. The Mets definitely won. The Mets were the better second
Yeah, and that's
half
why we said that the
Then how
Mets.
did I lose? I say the
Yeah,
Mets.
that's what we said.
I
We
said
said
the
the
Mets
Mets
won,
won.
and Andrew said the Mets won. Connor said the Mets won.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Then we all agreed with you. The Mets won.
Well, what I'm saying is, you guys have talked up the Phillies. I keep hearing you say 162 games and the full season. You guys keep talking about the full season. The bullpen sucked the whole second half.
That's not true.
They didn't. No, they didn't. T-Love.
That's not true.
Yes, they did.
They're
Yes,
one of the
they
best
did.
bullpens
No,
in
maybe
baseball.
a guy or two had bad.
during the
That
year.
happens. Look at Jose
During the
Alvarado's numbers in the month of September. He was back to the guy
Alvarado
that
was 8 for 8.
Yeah, like that's not true, T-Love. Like there may
Jeff
have
Hoffman
been
didn't have a
there may
bad
have been
year.
a guy in the bullpen that had a bad month, but like not everybody. That's just inaccurate.
The pitchers don't go 7 innings. If the bullpen comes in, you can count it as a loss. This was what happened all second half.
No, that's
And I
not.
don't-
It's not what happened
No,
all
it
second
didn't.
half, T-Love. We appreciate the call, man. We appreciate you listening, despite
But
us
it didn't-
seemingly
it didn't-
disagreeing every time.
Look, I mean, that's ridiculous. The Phillies bullpen was one of the best in baseball, and by the way, they were considered the top bullpen coming into the entire postseason of all 12 teams.
Do you want to say the bats got quiet?
Yes,
Fair.
The bats, yeah,
Not the bullpen.
No,
That's
the
why the
bullpen.
bullpen was such a surprise to us in this playoff series. All right, coming up next, Kevin Negandhi is going to be joining us around 9:05. He's got a contractor at the house, so he's got a delay about 5 minutes. So we'll talk to Kevin about the disappointing end of the Phillies season coming up at 9:05. More of your texts and calls, and the CBS article that mentioned a positive for the Phillies next year. That I don't know if it's positive. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
4 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll be joined in about a minute by our man Kevin Negandhi. Now, selfishly, during the commercial break, I wanted to see if Tlove was right and we were wrong, because I think that's fair to do.
Sure, because maybe we would have been wrong.
Especially when I know I'm right. The Phillies bullpen ERA in September was their third best all season. Now, I don't know where it ranks league-wide, but I can tell you that the team's bullpen ERA in the month of September was a 3.62, which is good.
Real good.
Just not elite like it was in May when it was 2.13, in June where it was 2.27. That's not going to continue.
What was the bad month?
The
July,
bad
right?
month was July, where it was a 6.17. So, technically, Tlove was right. In the second half of the season, they weren't as good as the first half of the season, as my chair just dropped. But it was one bad month and then 2 good months.
Good months.
Better than league average.
By the way, yeah, like a averaging like top 10, 11.
Yeah, so
that's not true.
That's
wasn't true.
That's not true.
Now
If
the bats.
the bats, if you want to say the bats were a problem, I knew
He's
would be a
right.
problem.
He's right. If he said that.
The bullpen one, I don't necessarily agree with. And statistically, I was correct. And you were correct.
And the one thing is, though, Tlove, it's a blessing and a curse. Andrew and I and Connor and the whole team here, we set up as a standard for this show that we were not going to do the fictional topics and the fictional discussions and make up fake trades and everything like that. Like before Eagles season, we weren't trying to bring you down, but we were trying to discuss the issues as they really exist. And it played out that way.
Yeah,
it's played out that way.
Yeah, it's not.
We weren't trying to like bring you down or something, because that sucks.
I do the show how I feel.
We want to come in and be honest with you.
Yeah,
and we do that, and that's why if Connor and I will disagree on something, or Andrew and I will disagree on something,
we talk about it.
You know, we talk about it, and none of us tend to change our positions because we believe what we're thinking.
Yep. As we wait, Kevin Negandhi, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Dominic in New Jersey. Dominic, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. What's up, brother?
Hi. So I went to the game last night, and I agree. We should have pulled Hoffman early, like after the 6th or after the 5th, after he closed out, and brought in Wheeler. 2, I think.
Well, you weren't going to bring in Wheeler, because if he won, he would have pitched.
Wheeler wasn't coming in.
No, he was not going to pitch.
Or Sanchez.
No, Sanchez was absolutely an option.
Yes,
he was an option,
and he would have been available for 1 inning. They said.
Yeah. So my other thing is get rid of Bohm and go for Cody Bellinger, who's going to be a free agent this year.
That's a center fielder.
I like Cody Bellinger.
I'm not anti.
I wanted him at the trade deadline, and the Cubs weren't going to bite.
Yeah, because the Cubs were stupid and thought they had a chance of doing something. At Craig Counsell, little weasel.
They weren't biting on it. Yeah, I sort of like that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Dominic.
Cody Bellinger sounds nice to me.
Yeah, that Craig Counsell. Hate you.
I know you're not a fan.
Not a fan. The guy's done nothing. But let's just anoint this guy as the next great man. Was it Boog or Buster?
Boog likes him a lot because remember he deals with him on a daily. Craig Counsell's talked about amongst baseball people as being one of the best.
Yeah, that's just one of Andrew's weird hate the guy
I know
things.
that there's no reason to. The guy does a really good job.
Screw Craig Counsell.
If you're not blaming Craig Counsell for what the Cubs did.
I will blame everything on Craig Counsell. I don't like him.
You do have very strange.
What did he do to you?
Like, what would Craig?
I loved his batting stance.
When he was a Florida Marlin and he used to burn the Phillies.
No, it wasn't even that.
But he did.
I don't like when people are anointed before doing anything. That's
was he in a position? Yeah, was he in a position to do anything? I don't remember.
Whatever.
I don't remember.
Nagandhi needed a couple more minutes, so
Okay,
we'll get to Kevin in a second. Let's check the text line, Connor. Give us the text line 610-632-0975. We're trying to work both avenues of conversation today. What do we got?
All right, this is an interesting one here. No name on this one, but they say, should Kevin Long be gone? Feel like he has skated by the last 2 seasons. Not sure how much the pitch or the hitting coach matters, but is that a move you would make?
So go ahead, John. I know how you feel, and you know how I feel. I'll let you start.
What did that the old TV show where you go, you're fired. You're fired. I would absolutely move on. Move on. Because whatever he's doing isn't getting maximum performance at the times that they need it most.
I got you. I stand by it. you could put a traffic cone at as hitting coach. It's the players that are in the batter's box. And I understand the approach thing, but I could also say this. Is it Kevin Long's philosophy? Is it the organization's philosophy? Is it the players that they acquire that try to fit the philosophy that they have? The hitting coach really does not. I value the pitching coach more than the hitting coach, even though pitching coaches may not have a clue. But I think Cooper could be the hitting coach, and I don't think it really makes much of a difference.
And here's something.
Then that's a problem.
No, I think that's just. I think it's just baseball, man.
Here's something that's interesting, right? Because a lot of people want to do the small ball thing as the counter approach to the heavy
Boom or
one.
bust, yeah.
Yeah, like the Guardians are the ultimate small ball team. They're losing to the Tigers right now. So if your hitters don't hit, it doesn't matter.
But they don't have the caliber of talent that the Phillies have. And I got to tell you, I had the experience of, and it's probably too old for you guys, but other people in our audience may know. Mm-hmm. I got to know Don Baylor a little bit.
Okay.
And I think one of the greatest batting coaches in the game. And I would watch what he would do. And I would watch how he would work with his team. I watched Ron Washington, who's not a batting coach, but work with players on their fielding, on their batting and everything, in spring training and everything. I don't agree that we go, well, these guys do this, so this is what they do, and we accept it. I think that is I've seen that to be.
Look, I'll just say, if Kevin Long got fired today, all right. If they announced a 10-year extension to Kevin Long, I go, all right.
Yeah, I don't know how much it changes the ceiling of the team. I don't think it's a nothing position.
That's not a bad point.
But I think it's rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
I would love to see a different approach where people have different expectations put on their shoulders about what they're doing. Trey Turner?
I got you.
Needs someone to talk to him about his approach.
Trey Turner also worked with Kevin Long when he was a national and was an all-star.
And I don't give a damn about that. I don't give a damn about, Harper likes him and Turner likes him. If the results aren't there, I don't give a damn who they like.
Juan Soto says, I only come if Kevin Long's still the hitting coach.
We're going to get into that one more along the lines of the next few weeks. The last thing this team needs is another big-name ticket.
What do you say we give a damn about Kevin Negandhi?
We do give it. Well, talk about big. Wait a minute, talk about big ticket items.
Look, Juan Soto's not coming on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, only Kevin Negandhi comes on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day, this is a big day of the Comcast Business. Help me move forward. What's next from ESPN, and of course, a Philadelphian through and through, and feels the same pain that we do. That rhymed. Kevin Negandhi joins us. Kevin, hello.
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
I texted you last night to make sure you were good to go, but I also just wanted to commiserate with you. Thank you for coming on this morning. The floor is yours. I'll let you, before I even ask a question, the floor is yours, Kevin.
It was inevitable. The way they finished the second half of the season, it was inevitable. Like, all the things. What had surprised me was the meltdown that we saw from Hoffman. I wasn't surprised with the offensive bats because it's ever since Game 3 of the World Series in 2022, where they hit those 5 home runs, the next night they get no hit. Basically, you can't bash your way to a title. You just can't. Eventually, smart teams, and with the advanced scouting and the way they have specialized setup guys, they're going to pitch you away. And everybody knew it was coming. An outside slider is still an outside slider, and they're still swinging. And they have no patience. First, second pitch, they're just swinging from their heels. You guys have discussed this, and it's been, listen, coaches are a lot more expendable than $300 million contracts, right?
Yep.
You guys discussed, hey, Kevin Long. But the reality is you can bring in another hitting coach, but it's the mentality of the player at the plate. That has to change regardless. It's very similar to the Eagles. Where's the accountability? You got to hold the players accountable. They've got to realize that. And I don't know if there's enough accountability. I know you guys touched upon, like, friends of friends getting, big-name contracts. And, so to me, you've got to find muckers. You've got to find grinders. What has changed with the Mets? Specifically over the last 3 years, they went big ticket, right? They went big ticket, and they collapsed. What they did is they kept 2 big-ticket guys, but they got rid of the 2 big-ticket pitchers, and they found guys that just know how to grind their way to victories. And guys who've got nothing to lose, that are going to step up in the moment. That's what stood out to me. Like the Vientos of the world, the Nimos of the world, the Winkers of the world, like the Alvarezes of the world, the Iglesiases of the world. We don't have enough of those type of guys on this team. We just got a bunch of guys that, hey, bash away.
Yeah, Kevin, there was to your point, we played a clip earlier in the show from Kyle Schwarber. And look, I know it's hard to talk after losses like that and your series comes to an end. And he was saying how the big inning avoided them, and they just never had that big inning. And one of the things I mentioned was that game 3, where the Mets scored 7 runs. They won 7-2. I'll put you to the test. I asked John and Connor the same question. Out of 8 at-bats, because they were the home team and won, so they only batted 8 times, how many innings do you think they scored a run, the Mets did, when they scored 7 runs that game?
I'm going to say 3.
5.
That's what I had guessed too.
5 different innings they scored a run. They didn't have the big inning. They had 5 innings where they put runs on the board. And it seems like what Kyle Schwarber said, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, was we're reliant on the crooked inning, right? 3 or 4 runs in one inning. And if we don't get it, they're deflated. So when Bryce Harper leads off the inning with a double and they don't get him across, they're deflated.
We're getting to third with one out.
When they're first and third with 1 out and Alec Bohm's a little dribbler and you only score 1 run because of an error, they're deflated. Whereas the Mets go, all right, we didn't get any runs across with the bases loaded in the first or second innings, but we're not done yet.
Yeah, because in every groups of 3, so you got to look at that, right? That shores up an inning, right? If you can get 3 straight at-bats, 3 straight outs, you're done, right? Every group of 3, the Mets have 1 guy in that group of 3 of the 9, so there's 3 guys in that lineup that no matter what, they're not at the top of the lineup. They're mixed throughout. They're going to kind of find a way to extend the inning. And then you extend the pitches, right? You're going to see a bunch of pitches, and that's going to wear out the starter. It's going to wear out the staff. The Phillies don't have that. They have top 3, and then after that, good luck, right? And I know Castellanos did well with his 7 hits, but, JT was abysmal in a handful of moments, and there were so many holes. The whole Austin Hayes thing, it was a little bit embarrassing, and it's an indictment that they didn't figure it out, and they were like, hey, we're going to run it back the last couple of years, because they still never solved the big issue that once you get past 4, who is going to hit? Certainly not the center fielders that they had in a rotation. Stott has been, that big triple was a big moment, but that's it. And I don't know where Bohm's head is at mentally. He's shot mentally on the field as well as in the box. It's a bad recipe across the board, man. And the other small thing, too, is it's not a small thing, but Trey Turner is the fastest dude in the lineup. And we just never could capitalize with him getting on base. Just find a way to get on base, and then eventually you're at second. And suddenly, now you got to pitch to Bryce. Now you got to pitch to Castellanos. And that was the most frustrating thing, I think, in the entire series, that we all saw it. Because it was the same thing we saw in Games 6 and 7 last year against the Diamondbacks. It's the same thing we saw in the final 3 games of the World Series against the Astros. They never addressed the situation that was plaguing this offense. And the big inning never showed up.
Yeah, Trey Turner has to realize you can't steal first. And when he's like at Topgolf swinging at crap, I mean, it's unbelievable. I think I saw where now is 80% of his swing and misses were outside the zone. I mean, it's terrible for the whole series.
It's awful.
Do you believe there was mismanagement by the manager during the series?
Yeah, I do. There was a lot of confusion. So you go with Austin Hayes, he goes 0 for 3, and you're like, well, he's a little bit rusty. Well, what did you expect, and why did you put him in that situation? I couldn't believe those comments. Well, he's a little bit rusty. What? So I think...
Yeah, instead of let's see how he looks in BP, it's let's see how he looks in Game 3 of the NLDS.
He steps on a lot of grenades, the manager.
He does.
And I know that's a player's coach, but, man, some of the accountability, I think to a certain point, Topper doesn't put a lot of pressure on these guys because he's like, they're all grown men. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. And when they don't, it's like, hey, who's responsible. You're the manager. You still have to hold everybody accountable, right? And I never got a sense of that, man. Listen, clearly they didn't trust Alvarado out of the pen the way the season finished. Hoffman and I didn't understand Strom in Game 2 after what we saw in Game 1 in that situation. The Hoffman stuff, you're just like, what are we doing, man? Like, you kind of gave us a comfort zone most of this season, and then you just literally fall apart in the two biggest moments that we need you in the series.
But
I think, guys, one other thing. Back to everything that we talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Suarez was amazing considering what he was dealing
Absolutely,
with. He threw
man.
a lot of pitches. And Wheeler was incredible. But those two 1-0 leads, you never felt comfortable the rest of the way, right?
Nope.
1-0, you never felt comfortable because they lost so many opportunities throughout the game to take a 2-0, 3-0 lead. And the more that continued to linger, the Mets were like, hey, man, this is ours for the taking. The Mets never felt like they were behind at all in the series.
Yeah. Last thing before we let you go, Kevin, you mentioned Hoffman, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. This is a conversation that we could have in the summertime, but I believe he went back out there for that second inning last night because analytics told them to. There's something to the emotional high of getting out of a jam as a reliever and then having to gear back up for another inning. That's something that a computer does not compute. And I do believe that is an organizational or Rob Thompson flaw. As much as I want to rip Hoffman too, I can't crush him for having to go back out for another inning after coming off that emotional high.
Well, Tunis, to add some more context too, and the broadcast talked about that, while he was on the bench, they had two pitching changes as well, the Mets, and it was basically a 20-minute layoff. And I think they had a conversation. Krasinski asked Wainwright about that, like mentally having that break, how does that affect you? And they discussed that, and I was like, yeah, to your point, that's never taken in with the numbers.
Nope.
Analytics go out the door. They don't say, hey, there's a 20-minute break in between innings.
And, by the way, he was warming up in the first and second innings. Like it's like,
and keep in mind, too, it just shows you where the confidence was with the skipper on the arms the rest of that bullpen, right? There was no, hey, surefire, we're going to do it. He went with the guy that I'm going to go with the numbers, and this guy's the one I trust the most considering who else I'm going to put out there, right? So that's just a tough one, and you got to find a way to figure it out. Like, in the end, like, hey, man, toughen up, man. Man up here in a situation like this, and if you've got to go run down the hall in the clubhouse and come back out to be pumped up, then freaking do that. Yeah. Find a way to motivate yourself because it's a do-or-die game in the end, right?
That's true.
So that to me is like you've got to find it in your heart to motivate yourself here. And that's where I just admire Ranger. Ranger showed so much heart because he's not 100%, and he still found a way with those extra outs with Bohm making some mental mistakes to get out of major jams to make sure that when he walked off the field, it was a goose egg. And I really admire that. I admire what Wheeler did. It just bums me out, man, because it felt like we had the rotation the right way, exactly what we wanted, and everybody else let everybody down. And all predictable, right, guys?
Yep, that's what you texted me last night.
With this Eagles team, right? It's all predictable. It's these vibes that we are already seeing already. Well, I'm dealing with national people who are like, why are you panicking? And I'm like, you have no idea. We've gone through this already. And I'm fighting off national people, and they're like, you're so negative. I'm like, no, I'm not, man. I've seen this before.
Yep.
It's deja vu all over again. And in the end, they're like, yeah, what happened? I'm like, because I told you what was going to happen. It happened exactly that way. So
Kevin,
good stuff.
If you see a Mets fan in the hallway, just walk the other way. That's all, man.
I can't escape them, Tunis. I'm surrounded by all of them.
Oh, you are.
You know what? I've just told them, hey, congrats on the NLCS, all right? And then I move on because they know that they've got nothing else to say because I can't argue back and forth because I'm like, hey, man, you guys are the hot team like we were 2 years ago. Congrats.
Yep.
Just
That's say you have 6 o'clock Sports Center to prepare for, and they'll leave you alone.
They don't care. They're going to give me the business.
Good,
no matter
Kevin.
what.
Listen, man, we appreciate it as always.
Thanks, Kev.
And we'll talk to you again next week.
Fellas, be good.
There he is, Kevin Negandhi on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, we ran out of time, so coming up next, I'll ask you guys a question. about whether or not it's a good thing. I read an article this morning. It was on CBS.
Okay.
And they did, here are the positives for the Phillies for next year. And I wonder if one of the positives is actually a positive. Also,
they found them this morning.
We're going to speak to our man Michael Westwood from GBIWins.com. We'll talk to him coming up next as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies season is over, huh?
Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, we're going to be joined momentarily by our friend Michael Westwood of GBIWins.com. But, John, I want to tell you about this article I read on CBS this morning, and we'll dive deeper into this.
Okay.
But they did the positives for next year for the Phillies. And the first positive was they have a great owner, which is true. Like, John Middleton's going to...
No, he's a great owner.
They had, the rotation minus Taijuan Walker, right, with Wheeler and Nola and Sanchez and Suarez. And hopefully Suarez is healthy next year, and I agree. But the second one they mentioned, I jumped it. The second one they mentioned was the core is coming back.
Is that
because
a good
they're under
thing?
contract? That's my question.
No.
Like,
it's not a good thing.
Is that necessarily a good thing? Because
No,
the
it's
core's
not.
been here for 3 years, and
it's not necessarily a good thing.
they've taken a step back every single year.
I want to see the core shook up. And I'm telling you this much. I said it before, and I'll say it again. And remember the date. If a year from now they have brought back 7 of the 9 batting order guys, we will be in the same place next year. Book it. I will not be a believer.
Right. All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. You want to try to win some money?
Yes. That would certainly raise my spirits on a crappy day.
I know how you do that. You call 1-800-885-2525.
Okay.
1-800-885-2525. And you're going to speak to the great team from GBI Wins. And we're going to be joined now by our man Michael Westwood from GBIWins.com, who, John, went 12-4 last weekend. Went 9.
I'd say that's good.
9-2 the weekend before that. So if my math is correct, that's 21-6. That would win you some money. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, and it is a good morning here in New York. I don't want to dwell on the win, but
I'd steer clear of that this morning because we've been friendly.
Yeah. We want you to get phone calls for picks.
Yes,
not
please.
for hey, screw you, Mets fan. No, you want picks.
No, I'm not like that. I'm a baseball fan, but I'm a Mets fan as well. And
I got you.
That was a little bit of abuse to you guys that I wanted to start the conversation off with. But again, there's always next year. But anyway, listen, more importantly, I want to give a shout-out to everybody who was impacted in that horrific hurricane. That was just absolutely horrible.
Absolutely.
Sports are sports, but when you're dealing with people's lives and stuff like that, it really is a bad situation. I hope everyone's well. But let's get into some football. What's up, guys? I mean, obviously, last week you saw I was 12-4. One of my key games went down, unfortunately. A last minute and a half throw to the end zone, and we lose the game. But I guess that's what sports wagering is all about. But I'll take 12-4 every single week, and I want you guys to know something. I've been doing this for 40 years. You know that. 40 years. I know how to beat the bookmakers on any given game day against the point spread, and tonight is my NFC West game of the month. Okay, I play 2 of these games each month. Last month I was 2-0. This evening is my first game. San Francisco playing Seattle on national TV. I've got the winner of that game. Plus, I'm going to let this out really early in this conversation. The first 150 callers are going to get the total as well. So they're going to get the winner of the San Francisco-Seattle game and also the total if they call my free recorded comp line right now. It's a free recorded message line. There's no sales pitches. There's no hype. All you have to do right now is dial 1-800-885-2525. Again, 1-800-885-2525. It'll be connected to my free comp line, and you're going to get these winners on me just to prove to you what I'm all about.
Yeah, and so we're getting the spread. We're also getting the total, which is great. And again, you went 12-4 last week, 9-2 the week before. So give that number a call, 1-800-885-2525. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, Mike. I know that you guys have a team and you guys look at every trend possible. You mentioned the devastation that happened in Florida. I'm curious, do you guys take into account like human element feel? Like if somebody lives in Florida, does that come into play at all? Or is it just basically trends in the sport itself?
No, there's a lot of things that are involved. I'm glad that you brought that up. I mean, we're not that type of people that look at people's feelings. I hate to say it like that, as far as picking games.
Right.
I've been doing this so long that there's a lot of trends that are involved. There's a lot of information. I mean, my team studies certain games each week. Like, for example, obviously tonight's game, the San Francisco-Seattle game. We've been waiting all year for this matchup this evening. So we're going to give that out for free. But there are other games coming up. I mean, I have something in college this evening. I call it the under-the-radar play that the general public knows nothing all about. I mean, Middle Tennessee is playing Louisiana Tech. Is there a reason why Middle Tennessee and Louisiana Tech are on national TV tonight? No, there's really no reason. The only reason is because the whole world is sports betting. So I've got information on that also. If your guys call, if Fanatic listeners call right now, I'm going to give them the winner of tonight's San Francisco-Seattle game. Remember, that's my NFC West game of the month. And the 150 people who are calling right now, I hear my phone's ringing off the hook.
That's awesome.
I'm also going to give them the over-under, and they have to dial 1-800-885-2525. Again, 1-800-885-2525. Get that information now.
Sounds perfect.
It does.
Sounds like a winning.
It does
sounds like a winning formula, and I'm glad to see the phones are ringing.
And look, he's backed it up. 12-4 last week, 9-2 the week before that, 21-6 over the last 2 weeks, which means you're winning money with Michael Westwood and his team from GBIWins.com. Michael, listen, man, we always appreciate you coming on. We appreciate what you're doing for our listeners. Not only are you going to give the spread for tonight's game, but you're also going to give the total for the first 150 people. I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if you haven't got 150 calls yet.
Yeah, we have. The phone's absolutely ringing off the hook. Again, all they have to do right now is dial 1-800-885-2525. Get this information. See what we're all about. If you like what we're all about, visit our website and get involved with us tomorrow. But once again, winning is a way of life, and I appreciate your time, fellas.
You're the man, Michael. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Except the whole Mets.
Have a good day.
Yeah, there he is, Michael Westwood from GBIWins.com. Yeah, except for the whole Mets.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Now, coming up next, we have our key three. I normally don't tease a caller, but my man, the betting guru's on hold, and he said something that is Fandom. We'll discuss that next. You can't blame anybody for it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
The Mets are just a relentless team.
Kincade and Salciunas. We're going to get to the key three in a second. And I think what we're just about to do is jot down a topic for tomorrow, John. All right? So I'm going to use this.
Sounds good to me.
So our man Jordan, the NJ betting guru, is doing our pre-show prep for us.
Okay.
All right, let's go to my man Jordan. What's up, dude?
Cheers. What's going on, fellas?
I'm sorry for the wait. We had some business to attend to. But
he comes highly recommended.
But I want you to talk about what you want to talk about. I see the comments section. Have at it.
So, all right. So first off, you guys have the whole station buzzing. I want to give you guys that right now. The 3 shows right now are epic. Station's buzzing right now. I wanted to get that in. But
Thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. But what I wanted to talk about was about halfway through the season, one night I went on this rant about Philly sports. And I think I called in the next day. Everybody busted my stones, told me I was crazy. And I said, all right, Nola game, we already know we're going to have that Nola game. Nola's going to get rocked. And I didn't trust the bullpen. Like, Max Strahm making the All-Star to me, I think that we had 2 legitimate arms. Alvarado, if he could find the plate, and Estevez, I think, are the only legitimate arms in our bullpen right now, honestly. I thought that all season that guys were playing way above expectation. And you saw it in the playoffs. And you saw with our delivery that guys like Francisco Lindor, when he struck out that first at-bat, he was so angry, and he knew exactly what he did wrong. He went back to the next batter, told him what he did wrong, that you knew the next plate appearance he was getting a hit. And what did he do his next 2 plate appearances?
Right.
We don't have that in Philly's lineup. We just don't. But I think the point you were talking about was, even though I knew that I made that rant, when it came to that Nola game, I couldn't be the guy that bet against the Phillies. I had to go with my fandom in my heart, and I wanted to be with everybody else.
Because you're a Phillies fan, an Eagles fan, a Sixers fan, a Flyers fan, and that's fandom, Jordan. Fandom is ignoring things sometimes, whether it's right or wrong.
There you go.
Sometimes it's ignoring what you see in front of you because you just want to have a good time, and I don't blame anybody for doing that. And when people go, you should have been listening to me the entire time, yeah, maybe. But what am I going to do, go into a playoff series with my tail between my legs? No.
I didn't even listen to my own brain. So I feel you. You just want to go with the crowd. But my point is we have to be smarter as Philly sports fans.
We'll try, Jordan. Thanks for the call. There's a topic for tomorrow. All right, it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Where do we go from here? And I don't know what that answer is. I feel very comfortable saying there are certain players that can't come back here. But you also have to understand there are contracts that are going to be here for a long time. People that say Harper needs to go, they're just emotional at this point. You're not going to move Trey Turner. Nick Castellanos, I don't want to move Nick Castellanos.
You got 2 years, 40 on him, and he was your best player in the postseason.
He was your best player in the postseason. He was one of your more consistent players all year.
If you go May 1st on,
yes,
you ain't lying.
So I don't want to move on from him, but I know that there's a large amount of people in this fan base that do, right? So this conversation, this question of where do we go from here, I think gives you a million different answers.
How about this? If opening day this team has, what if I give it to you? Opening day, you have Harper, you have Stott, you have Turner, you have Bohm, you have Real Muto. Everybody in the infield, and your catcher. Those 5. And then you have Castellanos. Schwarber is your DH.
Of course.
Okay, so that's 7 in your lineup.
Well, I didn't agree to the Bohm.
Oh, okay. Well, that's 1, though. I'm just saying to you. But there's a lot of people who don't think they're moving on from Bohm just as confidently as that.
Yeah, they won't.
You got 7 of 9 there. You know what we're going to do next October, boys? We're going to do the exact same thing we're doing this October. The exact same thing. Save the tape, write it down, mark it. If we get 7 of 9 back, this team is going to be exactly back where it is next October.
I don't see how anyone could come out of this with a positive. I really don't. I mean, you look up and down the lineup. Look, there's some guys who are going to go, hey, Nick Castellanos, you're not to blame for this series. Bryce Harper, I can't attack you. I saw people on social media saying he can't come back, which is, that's, I think, full emotion.
Who, Nick or Bryce?
Bryce.
I
know, it's full emotion. It's emotion at the time. So, again.
It's so dumb. When you say, where do you go from here? What's the plan? And everybody has to have one major tenet. And one of mine is, there's guys on this roster that you just have to say they're not what you thought they were.
Yeah, I think last night we realized that there are guys that are either past their prime, which, look.
Oh, there are.
Look, it happens. Like JT Realmuto has caught a lot of games.
He's been fantastic.
No fault to him. The guy's caught a million. What did they say yesterday in the broadcast? That he's caught like over 800 games in Major League Baseball. Like, I mean, that's a lot. And so he's past his prime. And that's no shot at JT Realmuto. That happens to catchers. I think you also realize that there's a lot of guys that hit their ceiling.
Yep.
And the organization told you that. Like, it's not me saying that. They told you all season long what they thought about Johan Rojas and Brandon Marsh. And then in the playoffs, they told you what they think about Alec Bohm. They told you what they think about Bryson Stott.
Hoffman pooped his pants. And everybody who had such great energy last year for just picking on Craig Kimbrell. Hoffman was far worse than Craig Kimbrell was last year. We eviscerated Kimbrell for good reason for his performance last year. Hoffman was far worse. Hoffman makes Kimbrell look like an all-time great. Hoffman was atrocious. If this team's telling me we're having a platoon in center and a platoon in left,
I told you from the beginning. I told you from the beginning. I hated going into a season with two platoons.
And
I hated it.
And then a platoon at second, it tells you something. That's not championship caliber organizations. Period.
There's levels to this conversation, right? It's not just roster. You said it, John. What's the plan? A plan could be, do you want the boom or bust lineup, or do you want the scrappy lineup like the team that just beat you? Like, I know it took...
scrappy lineup, you mean that beat you last year, too?
This season was a failure.
It was a complete failure.
We haven't said it yet. We went 2.5 hours in, and we haven't said it yet. The Philadelphia Phillies failed in 2024. The season was a failure. And I know that they had a great regular season, but the overall goal for the Phillies this season was not to just win the division. The overall goal was to get back to the World Series and maybe win it this time.
Yep.
And they didn't not get back to the World Series or the NLCS. They lost in the NLDS. This season was a failure. They failed the entire 2024 year because of these 3 games. There are 4 games, 3 that they lost.
Cosign. That was extremely well said. It's a complete failure. An abject failure.
Doesn't mean they stink.
No, it doesn't mean that they
blow it up.
This team's nowhere near a rebuild,
No.
so stop it. But
they failed.
But
all right, that's the Key 3 presented by Von C Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Berliner Weiss, the Fest beer, and the Von C Toberfest Marzen. That's their Key 3 going on right now. You can check them out on VonCBrewing.com, and you can pick up any Key 3 from Von C today. But that's what they're highlighting right now in Norristown, the Berliner Weiss, the Fest beer, and the Von C Toberfest Marzen. Johnny?
that sounded a little boring the way you did it.
Due to time constraints.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, FT Young Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. Do it today because cancer research saves lives.
All right, we're back at it tomorrow on a Football Friday before the Birds take on the Browns.
I'm looking forward to a football cleansing tomorrow. I am.
You cleansed by the Eagles.
I need it.
Mike Missanelli.